My experience with the mantis beings by the user Space Hello, posted to the Experiences subreddit 1 year ago. So this is something that is on my mind every day since it happened. I took about 7 grams of mushrooms and was teleported into another realm where I saw the mantis-type entities and communicated with them. It was unlike any other trip. I ate the mushrooms and took a shower on the come up. They hit fast and I actually started tripping while still in the shower. That's when I saw the first one. I had my eyes closed and this beautiful green and gold bug-like entity appeared in front of the blackness of my closed eyes. It gave me a feeling of peace and love, telling me to finish washing up and to go to bed. Well, when an entity like that tells you what to do, you listen. I finished up and crawled into bed with nothing but a small lamp to light the room. This is when I blasted off. I felt like I was being ripped out of my body, like when you're half asleep and you feel like you're falling, except upwards, and I kept going and going and going. They took me into a room that had no windows and looked like an old back room in an office building. It was weird because I knew I wasn't there, and that they did this because they thought it would be familiar to me and calm me down. So this is when the green and gold one appeared. No words were used, might I add. It was all communication through ideas and emotion. It asked me if I wanted to see the truth, to which I said yes. We were then looking at a top-down view of other mantids. These were the basic brown, black and dark gold coloured ones, and I could tell they were workers. They were walking around in a room between what looked like RPG game tables. There were hundreds of these tables, and they were walking around and between them like they were keeping an eye on them. Without asking, the being then told me that these were the many different human worlds, and that they facilitate them. They're basically the game masters to this thing we call life, and Earth isn't the only human world out there. It didn't look like they were intervening at all, just closely watching and almost taking notes. Every once in a while, something reminds me of this trip, and I get wrapped up in it again. Has anyone else seen these entities before? Now, here's another really interesting post from the same subreddit by ImpossibleTeach8166, posted 6 months ago. Standing with mantis being staring at Earth from space. A few years ago, I experienced a remarkable visionary contact episode which was initiated through a breakthrough mushroom trip, where I ingested 5 grams of cubensis while wearing a blindfold. As the trip began to peak, the common hallucinogenic rainbow pinwheel spirals began to fade away to reveal a silhouette of an insectoid-like figure. This being immediately initiated communication, not in the form of words but in general impressions, feelings and imagery. The next moment, the scene changed abruptly to that of a third-person perspective of myself standing with this 7-foot-tall mantis entity beside me, and we were both gazing out a large window upon the Earth from space. It communicated in a kind of synesthesia type of understanding, in a way that's hard to describe or summarize with any great detail. Just being in its presence radiated much of the following information as an intuitive-based self-inference. It was similar to being in the presence of a human managerial professional that you are able to intuit their role or function or vibe from. That being said, here are the general impressions I formed. They are ancient and advanced in a way that's almost incomprehensible, a level 3 galactic civilization. They assume the role of stewards, managers, gardeners of developing higher consciousness displaying organisms throughout the galaxy, universe, and possibly multiverse. They have been subtly modifying and coaxing humankind forward from the fringes of our perceived reality, and may be responsible for mankind's comparatively rapid cognitive evolution, and that this process has recently been pushed into urgent overdrive. They are responsible for the seeding of DMT and psilocybin-containing organisms throughout the Earth's ecosystem, as a potential development driver and means of communication. My personal read on this being is that it was a stoic, enlightened scientist, interested in the diversity of expressions of life and consciousness throughout the galaxies. It had a paternal, wise old master, older brother kind of vibe to it. It was very Vulcan-esque, hyperlogical. It was encouraging, understanding, and with a muted sense of humour. It conveyed this sense of deep sadness at the plight of humans and of the ecological state of the Earth, and encouraged action to help in some way. No specifics given. Just do something, help yourself, help your neighbours, try to heal the world. Just try, essentially. I also formed the impression, after having this experience, that the universe is some kind of vast simulated or digitized hyperdimensional reality whose inner mainframe can become accessible through higher states of consciousness, and that these beings have reached a level where they can almost act as programmers, being able to manage, modify, and intrude upon our three-dimensional bubble in ways that seem impossible. I awoke the next morning to find a praying mantis insect, normal size, that was waiting for me outside in an odd and obvious spot, which registered to me as a signal from them that this experience was actually real. So here's another post by the user GreyHat111 posted 5 months ago. Saw mantids on 3.75 grams of psilocybin-infused chocolates. At the peak of the trip, the walls of this reality became fuzzy, and I began falling down within myself into some other dimension where I could see 4D plate-like grid structures that made up a dimensional space we can't normally see that overlaps our own. In this space, the constructs of the dimension looked like orange, purple, grey and black lines that crossed at intersections in every direction of each point where the grids were located. In this space, I saw the mantids. They were people-sized mantids that had jobs and involved the choices that we make in linear time. If you've ever seen how older animated movies are made, where they take a bunch of still images and run them together to make a motion picture, well, that's kind of our reality. Each timestamp or choice we make in linear time, these infinite mantids carry each of them off into some unknown space beyond that, storing them in the Akashic records, if you will. They are the keepers of our reality, and they are all around us at all times, just watching, feeling, harvesting, keeping. Each time I would close my eyes, I would see one of them just standing next to me in this other space, and it'd freak me out because it's just bam, right there with its big-ass head and skinny body. Apparently it was my guide, my teacher, my keeper, just always there, watching me, guiding me on. I sat and watched them go about their work for a while, and then just faded off into the rest of the trip, watching movies for the rest of the night. All in all though, it was an amazing experience, and it's honestly crazy what these mushrooms can show you.
The Entities, a DMT trip report from Shroomery. So you all stay interested, let's jump right in. Me and Jay decide to darkroom it with some DMT. If you haven't tried it, a darkroom is a pitch black room, go figure. I recommend spending part of every trip in pitch black at least once. We prepared our bowls, a touch over 40 milligrams each, pancaked in some cilantro. We both rip. The flames go out and the wave comes over me. Again, I say, and we flame on. After I feel the first hit, it's as though the bowl or bong becomes a device with one function. We all know what that function is, obviously, but I never lose sight of it no matter what. I become engulfed in the bowl, and control it like some sort of computer, programming my hit with how I'm vaping it, watching it vaporise using the flame and its nature. Hold. We both feel the second hit and get that rush, the daze you get from the initial smack in the face, and bam, I'm pushed back to conscious, and shown my bowl in the darkness. I pretty much rose my voice and said it's been too long. Another. Jay didn't speak, but roared from within. No! In slow motion, lol. He's out. I hit it hard, not caring if it burnt. I held and blew out and was told by a million voices, Just one more. You can do it. While my consciousness is focused on the device. Hit it as hard as you can. Over and over, the voices said. Last hit, and I dissolved after dropping the bowl. I dissolved into my own kaleidoscopic skull, into my brain, and watched neurons interacting, firing, rampaging. Then click, it all simmered down, as though it disconnected. I floated above my body, while the entire real reality around opened up. The house opened up. Every board, shingle, nail. TVs opened up, exploding skull style. Everything's expanding. Neighbours' houses opening, the people inside. It's all speeding up, all expanding faster and faster. This was until it became so fast that everything seemed to implode on itself somehow. Lol. It expanded into itself far, far away, leaving a centre point. I was sucked into that centre point, that singularity which became my tunnel. I've been here before, but never made it out. I'm sucked through the tunnel and become fully aware, fully conscious. I could feel myself again. In some faraway region, me, my connection to people, etc. As I'm passing, I realise that the tunnel isn't just kaleidoscopic patterns and colours. There was information. Physical information of everything I've learned or seen, all categorised into an entity. As I'm passing, if I looked at the entity, it would start making vibrational rainbow particles. I don't know how to explain it, but it was so easily understood at the time. One would be all about mammals, one physics, but when one of these would open up and start transferring information, branches of them would form with relative information. I believe the human brain naturally assigns an entity presence to things while tripping, and I think this was me perceiving the vastness of a brain with information represented by entities. I think it was my brain I was watching. Those neurons became entities, all branching out when I interacted with them. Them all being connected, and me perceiving my own brain. Then it gets really sick. I get to the end of the line. A wall. I've reached it before, but I always come to. I get to it and mould onto it like clay or putty, and then I am pulled through by a million hands, leaving the tunnel, leaving all connections to anyone I knew, including myself. I was being rubbed by a million hands. I don't know how to describe it because it wasn't physical. The rubbing was so comforting, like being petted if you were a cat. At first I couldn't see, but the rubbing sensation was clarifying everything. I realised there were entities, what I believe were real entities made of electricity and plasma-like stuff. I was able to see. They were all concerned. The rubbing was pure love radiating from their centres. They calmed down and I felt great. I mean, like crystal clear. I could move and talk. I wasn't bound by anything. I spoke with the entities, and there was one in particular that was special, and I favoured it. She stuck out among the rest as the leader. She explained the place I was in, and many other things, many wonderful things you'll figure out when you meet yours. Eventually I started to fade and disintegrate, or something, and became clouded. All of the entities and their female superior began to swarm me, and waved me goodbye in the form of humanoids, saying over and over, "We'll see you next time." They said they took on the forms of anything the consciousness felt comfortable around. The plasma-like electricity shit was their true nature. Next day, I broke through to the same group of entities, talking and learning more with the female superior. Third time by myself, I broke through again, and met the female superior again, alone this time, and was taken to a great tree. I sat with her and a few other individuals in the presence of God. Some sort of omnimatrix beyond reality and time, beyond understanding at all. There was no light, only what appeared to be a black hole or something along that nature. He, loosely using he, offered me no help to anything. Not in my life, not anything. It was the female that gave knowledge. He only offered me life. A small portion of consciousness, an opportunity to be physical, to learn what I must, however I must. Nothing more. I asked questions and got extremely devastating answers. I saved the best for last. Where did you come from? And then suddenly they all bid me farewell, as the black hole communicated they will never be known. See you next time. See you next time. See you next time. See you next time. On and on their words echoed. Will we ever know what God is as humans? How do I exist? How do you exist? How does anything exist, man?
Interdimensional Alien Contact. An LSD trip report by HP. Posted to earwid.org March 29, 2017. Setting: New England, Australia. Mindset: apprehensive but open-minded. Had previous high-dose LSD experiences twice in the month prior to the trip that had been very thought-provoking and strange. It was Christmas Eve, and my partner and I had decided to spend it away from our families and closer to nature. We'd travelled out of town to our favourite spot. It was a hot summer's day, but you could feel in the air that in the afternoon we would have a thunderstorm. The area we were in was beautiful. It was mostly open pastures nestled between the mountains, and there were very few people around. Creeks, rivers and brooks weaved the valley floor, and we spent most of the morning exploring indigenous sites in the surrounding valleys. We had lunch at the local pub and a few beers before dropping the acid in the early afternoon. These were by far the strongest tabs I've ever had, and I cannot even guess what the dose actually was. But one of these tabs was enough to catapult me towards another reality. Prior to tripping, I had some reservations about the coming weather. The clouds were looming large and thunder was echoing in the distance. However, common sense was outweighed by a desire to dive deeper into hyperspace. Previous experiences with this batch of tabs had yielded vivid, Aztec-like sacred geometries that I've experienced simply by using cannabis. Maybe some lingering HPPD. But either way, it's quite pleasant. As we dosed up and rolled out the picnic blanket, we sat watching some cattle graze in an adjacent field. I checked my phone and sure enough, the icons began to merge and morph and dance on the screen. This is it, I thought. As the trip really started to accelerate, I had a feeling that I was heading into an alien unknown. It was at this point the storm began. A light rain fell, and for the most part it was pleasant. But as the acid kept increasing in intensity, the rain became more of a menace. Eventually the rain picked up, and we, having no shelter beside a small tent, decided to sit in the car and wait it out. It was hardly an ideal place to trip. I sat in the car and watched the cattle unfazed by the storm. I had hoped that the storm would pass, we would be able to sit outside as the damp air and hot weather had made the car somewhat of a sauna. However, the rain increased in intensity, and I sat there thinking, here they come, feeling as though a presence was breaking through reality to try and make contact with us. My visuals at first were of closed eye only. These small black squares had started to appear and spin rapidly, forming complex geometric patterns. They seemed to invite me to follow them, and I refused. Instead, focusing on other things and steering the closed-eye visuals. Failing to shake the black squares, I opened my eyes and stared at the rain falling on the windshield. The rain slowly became overtaken by this pattern, a common experience we had both had staring at our bathroom wall whilst tripping. The pattern was a cobweb-like image that becomes apparent particularly on textured surfaces on moderate doses of LSD. It appears to spread centrally from the visual field in a T-like configuration, and prolonged focusing on the pattern tends to increase its intensity, and slowly it will begin to spread and fill the visual field entirely, interacting with the surrounding environment as well. This pattern, for me, is associated with information being transferred. So it was at this point I was seeing the pattern, then those little black squares became apparent in the raindrops and they began to align along the vertices of the pattern itself. It was by now that my partner was enjoying watching the cows whilst I was fighting back a complete breakdown of my reality. I knew the experience was becoming too intense for me to resist, so I just decided to go with it. And after a while I felt the intensity drop slightly, and I became more comfortable with the headspace I was currently in. The pattern persisted, but the pulling sensation from the squares had stopped. In fact, they seemed to have retreated. But it was by now that the body high was becoming intense. I felt hot, thirsty, and my whole body itself felt like it was glowing. As we'd been tripping for about an hour or two now, we decided to smoke a J at what we estimated was the peak of the experience. Previous experiences with J's and acid had resulted in an electrified feeling with synesthesia, as well as colour splitting, increased 3D open-eyed visuals, amongst other things. We were very keen right now to replicate these effects and observe them in further detail. The rain was still pouring, but the car was becoming uncomfortable, so we suited up in the most rainproof clothing we had on hand, none of which bar one raincoat was actually weatherproof. That being said, we had hit our tripping stride and took it all as part of the fun. We set out with Jay in hand to smoke by the river and enjoy the ensuing light show. Basically, from here on out, the rain just continued to increase in its intensity. Once we'd found a nice tree to stand under, we lit our little dude up and happily blazed it while staring into the bushland. Now, this is where things get weird. I started to see the pattern again, so I asked my partner what they were seeing. They described to me that they were seeing the bathroom wall pattern spreading out over everything. And I told them that I saw the same thing. Then in the centre of the pattern, an icosahedron or hexagon-like shape began to emerge, and it was spinning and covered itself in Aztec patterns. I described it to them, and they reported seeing the exact same thing. Fascinated by the shared visual experience, we kept discussing the pattern and the shape we were seeing. At this point, I felt as though we'd entered some kind of Goosebumps episode. Two kids sneaking out, smoking weed, seeing this alien object. This thought really stuck in my mind and basically consumed my reality from here on out. As we observed the visual phenomena together, I noticed that the shape had begun replicating, and it was now forming a grid. If you search an icosahedron grid, you'll see some similar depictions of what we saw. My partner also reported seeing this grid emerge. We kept relaying to each other our experience and what we were observing, and the grid appeared to expand infinitely in all directions through the earth and up into the sky. Both of us recognised the grid, and we both recognised that we stood on sections of it, and continued to confirm what we were both observing. As we continued to examine the visual phenomena we were experiencing, we both saw a black square emerge from the centre of a section of the grid. I asked my partner what they made of it, and they just said that it was everything. All religion, all life, all beliefs, all things. And I confirmed that was the same impression I was getting. Pretty spooky. It's by now that I had a flash where I could see a torus with lights ascending and descending it. It was a representation of the cycle of life and death, and the infinite nature of existence and consciousness. As the flash passed, the black square became much larger and formed a tunnel at this point, so we decided to move on, because we were both getting really tripped out and felt like we were being beckoned by the grid. We also realised that we were soaked from the rain and should probably find shelter by now. As we turned to walk back along the road to the campsite, I observed the grid in the sky, but in the sky, between two mountains, there was a large icosahedron. It stood out of the grid and took on the significance of its own in my mind. On this return walk, things became more and more intense. The pooling water on the ground was glowing green, blue and magenta. It appeared these three colours were being projected off everything around us and were streaming into our very bodies. The colours were made up of small packets of hollow squares that spun in response to external sounds. It was then that I felt as if we were being followed by something. I had this unshakable feeling that there was this object floating above us, a bit like that green spinning gem from The Sims or something along those lines, and it was trying to communicate something to us. We headed back to the campsite and took shelter under a pagoda. I was now in full trip mode, teetering on the edge of reality itself. We stood holding each other, trying to look as straight as possible. We both felt as though we were ascending, that we were about to take off land and go somewhere else entirely, and by now, I had completely bought into my alien abduction narrative, piecing together the puzzle that we had found ourselves in. We'd gone camping in bad weather conditions, ill-prepared, dressed inappropriately, and had taken psychedelics. I thought to myself, maybe this is it. This is how you exit our reality. This is what must happen to those couples that report being abducted. This idea less than impressed my partner, and I'd completely shit on their trip and spun them into this negative space. As for me though, well, I was completely convinced that we were about to be abducted by aliens. Behind my head I could feel them. Felt as though sharp surgical instruments were probing my mind. Crunching, grinding sounds were filling my skull, and I could even smell DMT. I felt bubbles travelling up my spine, right through the back of my neck. I closed my eyes, and the tunnel that I had seen smoking DMT suddenly appeared, and peering through was this odd face. The rising tones and high-pitched ringing set in, and I felt that same beckoning feeling once more. I resisted it though. I didn't want to go, even though I really did. I knew that if I went with it, I would collapse. I was already freezing cold and soaking wet. There were other campers around, and I'd draw too much attention to myself if I would just collapse here and now. Besides, the only explanation I'd be able to offer for my present condition would be aliens, and that would surely end with a trip to the emergency department. My partner was now quite concerned, and suggested we move elsewhere. We returned to our tent to lie down, but found it flooded. To me, this was another synchronistic sensation. They wanted us to go with them. My partner, despite how scared they later told me they were, handled all of this really well. We ended up back in the car in our underwear, drying ourselves out and trying to survive. In the car, we continued to have these incredible visions of the grid, as well as of eternity of life, death, and rebirth. But eventually, after nearly 8 hours of insanity, I finally felt the ability to sleep. So when the rain stopped, we went back to the tent and began the long spiral back to Earth. Some of the other sensations experienced through this trip involved complete dissociation with reality, a sense of lost time, and a very real sense that reality was a projection of the mind. I felt as if me and my partner were somehow one, that we shared a reality and a destiny, that everything was an illusion, that we could ascend to become part of the grid, as well as consciousness being eternal in nature, somehow linked to the grid itself. Well, I must say, this was a very long and strange trip indeed.
Reuniting with my true mother, a DMT trip report sent in by a subscriber. I'd like to begin my story with how I've had many DMT trips. I was a solid atheist for many years, however DMT definitely shook that foundation. After a lot of DMT experiences, I firmly believed that the messages and the experiences of the One, unity, and eternal life were real in my heart. However, I tried rationalizing with logic how that my DMT experiences were just my brain going haywire. But no matter how much I tried rationalizing against my experiences, I couldn't quite shake off my experiences that made more sense than any science or religion out there. Regardless, I for the longest time tried to rationalize it. But this one particular trip completely crushed my atheist mind, and I'm now a firm believer of how we're all one infinite consciousness. I loaded up my APX vault with about 45 milligrams of DMT. I laid down in my bed and spent about 20 minutes meditating for this experience to come. As per usual, I asked, "Show me what I need to see," as I prepped myself mentally for this trip. When I decided I was ready, I took multiple long deep hits of vaporized DMT. That typical buzzing sound became louder and louder. Patterns filled the room and air. That sense of warm familiarity once again had enveloped me. I laid down, nervous, but let the trip consume me anyway. I closed my eyes, anxiety building, sensing entities everywhere. I watched trillions of rooms folding onto themselves. I was seeing entities and beings doing their own thing in each room. It wasn't the most beautiful display, though it was neat. It was too much, and I just wanted to leave that vast room of folding rooms. I then began feeling the presence of entities coming closer, and here my memory becomes hazy with each interaction. I had a lot of fear before each entity. None of them were hostile, but gave me advice and love, telling me I'll be okay. However, I just didn't want this. I was too nervous. I've met many entities in the past and I've had many amazing experiences, but I was just trying to get my bearings straight. I was then before a white-dressed entity. Behind her was a large white gate that had pearls around it and a beautiful soft fog. It's impossible to describe the beauty, but I can say the soft emerald greens and green blues were beyond familiar. I knew this place. I began to hear this sound and I instantly knew it. A beautiful melodic repeating pattern that enveloped me. I cannot describe this sound, but it was beautiful. I instantly knew this was my mother I've long forgotten about. Before she formed out of this massive emerald green wall in front of me, she had no motion, but she was in this beautiful and graceful pose. I emotionally broke down. I knew her. She was my creator. She's the one who pulled me out and created me out of the infinite consciousness, God, if you may. She created me out of pure love and grace. I am everything to her, and she is everything to me. I knew her completely, no doubt in my mind. She enveloped me in the most blissful motherly son love. We held on to each other, united as one being. The beauty is indescribable. The emerald green vast room with shimmering soft, things I cannot even explain. We held on for what felt like an eternity. She kept saying my name telepathically. She was calling me my name of all lives I've ever lived and my higher self's identity. She kept repeating it during our embrace, and I just kept calling her, Mummy. The love was infinite and so warm and motherly, so safe and perfect. I'm her only child out of eternity, and as I said, I mean everything to her. Eventually, our embrace was let go, and we ended up in this massive room with a granite floor, pillars and ceiling. It was dominantly emerald green, with swirls of soft white and gold. There was a beautiful fog all around. She sat at a beautiful vanity, this time facing away from me. I sensed her emotional state turn from pure love to that of grief and sadness. I sensed her emotions as intense sadness as if she was crying. She told me she just misses me so much and that she cannot wait for me to return home. She sees my suffering in this life and how much I'm struggling non-stop. Not going to lie, my life has been very difficult. It's been a major struggle since childhood, and it never ends. She's very hurt by this, and only wishes me to return home. I was calm and told her I'll come back someday and that everything will be okay. I had to finish this journey, for I chose to have it. She knew this to be true, but she just feels my pain every day, and for a mother, it's too much to bear. We once again embraced as before, just indescribable, infinite motherly son love. Again, this felt like an eternity. Once this embrace was over, we went around. I was introduced to multiple entities. Some scolded me for my actions in this life and gave advice. Some were kind. I met quite a few. She showed me multiple rooms and reminded me of how things worked there. But eventually, we embraced and said our goodbyes. I woke up and her sound and presence faded away. Her final message was everything will be okay and that I am loved.
Visiting the 11th Dimension, an ayahuasca trip report by Deekster, posted to earwid.org, March 10th, 2018. The setting. It had been 6 months since I'd last drank ayahuasca. I'd been blessed to know people who have trained in the art of brewing and working with the spirit of ayahuasca. I'd never actually visited the jungles of the Amazon, but I know a person who has, and with him, I've been lucky enough to have these experiences in my home country many times in a summer cabin in the middle of the woods by a lake. My friend contacts me. How about some healing session this weekend? I hesitated for a while. My friend suggested we do it the day after tomorrow. I was thinking of doing some LSD that weekend, like I'd done the past 2 weekends. Just some slight introspection, and maybe making music. But ayahuasca, no, that's a completely different thing. Back of my mind, I had a memory of that first time, the roughest experience I've gone through in my whole life. It burned itself into my retinas. The healing that happened that night was something so deep and in my face that I will never forget it. I let go of a lot of darkness that night. I said, sure, let's say a preemptive yes. He asked, maybe we can go to the summer cabin. It was the beginning of summer here in the northern parts of the world. Plants starting to come alive and the sun was finally here. Why not? So we decided, let's do it. It's a new moon on the weekend, we will drink then. 2 days to prepare for ayahuasca felt a little short, but I had this attitude that I've done it before, I can take it. Preparation. On Saturday we arrived at our summer cabin. We decided to drink during that night, Saturday to Sunday morning, with the new moon. We placed some mattresses and blankets out in front of the fireplace outside. Now, the first time I'd contact with ayahuasca, I wouldn't actually call it drinking, because the mix was so light and it barely even worked, so I don't count it. But the first time I had contact, I heard the spirit of ayahuasca talk to me. Welcome, old friend. I'd also remembered I'd experienced working with ayahuasca in previous lives, and I could remember being a shaman and a healer in many lives before this. I had some kind of innate experience of working with this plant, and with these states, although I had relatively little experience in this current physical life. So we begin the process late in the night, about 10 o'clock. The sun has not yet even set down, it's relatively light outside. The blue sky scattered with clouds, the tall birches looming around above us, fireplace in front of us, by the side of our cabin. My friend sets up the altar table by the fireplace. Some Palo Santo, Aqua de Florida, the small cup covered in ayahuasca Icaro patterns. I put a banana as a gift to the spirits of the forest there, some white sage, and my Jew harp. I have my trusty drum with me also by my side, and some shakers on the floor beside us. My friend has his flute. I begin drawing a magic circle around us with the white sage, so that only those who are of highest good to us can enter the circle. My friend takes the wings of a bird and the Palo Santo, and signals me to stand up. He cleanses my body with the Palo Santo, and I do the same to him. Then, we sit down, He takes the plastic bottle containing the black goo-looking drink, smokes some mapacho, authentic jungle tobacco, at the same time. He asks me, "How much do you want then?" I feel deep intuitively. Reaching out for the amount to drink, visualizing it, and get the number and vision of the cup filled to 3/4 parts. I tell him the number, and he fills the cup to 3 birds, blowing mapacho smoke on top of the cup after filling it. He gives me the cup. I know again this is it. Here I am, holding the cup again. The feeling of respect fills me for a while. Time stops for just a couple of seconds as I realise what will happen after drinking it. I hold the cup to my head just for 10-20 seconds, asking to connect with its energies. Then I take the cup and quickly drink it. Ugh. The taste is more bitter than I remembered. I can feel the brew going into my stomach, making me twist my face as I taste its bitterness and earthy taste. The aftertaste makes my whole body react to it. I take a sip of water to wash it away. This bitter taste resonates in my mouth for a long time after drinking it, and they say the taste gets more bitter each time drinking. But now it is done. There is no going back anymore. Contact with the plant spirit. We sit down in silence, waiting for the effects to begin. I put more wood in the fire. After maybe 20 to 30 minutes, I start to feel the effects. A calming effect of being here in this place again. A feeling of somebody approaching me occurs, like a space out of nothingness forming inside me. I close my eyes and I can feel different inside me. The voice of the plant starts to quietly talk to me, like a voice coming from a faraway place, approaching me slowly more and more. I concentrate on the voice. It's not something I hear, but something I sense on a telepathical level. "Welcome, so glad to see you are here again, bravely drinking without critical need. This time it will be more about regular maintenance. Relax, it's going to be easy and comfortable." The voice and presence of another gets stronger and stronger. The plant speaks more and more to me. I can remember it having a sense of humour, jokingly declaring things even a bit pokey, but with good taste and a feeling that this being has an interesting sense of humour. My intentions for the journey. Slowly during the onset, I remember my intentions for this time. I had 4 intentions for this journey. To recover a lost part of my son's soul, to heal my knees, and 2 other things related to my personal issues that I can't remember now. I kept repeating these now while the voice was still clear and everything pretty much calm around me. I asked for answers and solutions for my questions. 4 is good, all of your wishes will be fulfilled. This was the message I got. Some time passes and I can feel clearly like the spirit of the ayahuasca asking us to call her. I can clearly see the call, that we need to ask for healing, feel it in fact. I wait nervously some time to open my mouth, or maybe even over-respect the space of my friend in this state. "I'm going to sing now," I say quietly. And so, I start singing, asking for healing from the spirit of ayahuasca, and protection from the great spirit of ayahuasca. I repeat this until my song feels like it is over. Still, time passes, and the effects are now stronger in my body. I can clearly feel being in a strong meditative state. I still feel that the ayahuasca requires us to actively ask for it to fully come on. I wait for a while and not say anything, and I get, "Fine. Well, ayahuasca will come when you begin to ask for it." I wait and try to sense what my friend is thinking. Is he sensing the same thing? And quickly, he starts to sing some song. Calling for ayahuasca, I take my drum and join in the song. I drum and listen. We create the space together, calling for the spirit to come on and be present with us. And she comes. I can feel her in our presence. She is very close now. I can feel part of me saying words out of this world, and I try my best to let go and let these words come out. Alien words come through me, their meaning probably something to do with thankfulness and gratefulness. I lose myself for a while. Then my mind comes back, and I stumble with some of the sentences coming through me a bit. But she is here. I can definitely feel her. I see a feminine figure in front of me in the fireplace with my eyes closed, hovering in front of us. Letting go. I feel intuitively that it's time to let go. I put down my drum, lay down, relax, and begin to let go. With a tip from another good friend, an old soul, I tell the spirit of ayahuasca, "I permit access to all interfaces within me, outside me, on all levels of my existence, so that they may be used for the healing and betterment of my highest good on all possible levels. I repeat this phrase 3 times, giving access to all the methods and ways that the plant could heal me. And immediately after those phrases, I feel a sudden change. My body is completely relaxed. I don't feel tension anywhere. Even my deep inner thigh muscles feel completely relaxed. Suddenly, I feel the spirit of ayahuasca starting to work on me. Not inside me like previous times, but outside of my physical self. I could feel its healing starting from the outside, from the very borders of my existence, from the very borders of the vast being that is I. Ayahuasca was starting to do its work. From the edges of those interfaces that are connected to me, ayahuasca was starting to heal me. At this point, I kinda lost memory and sense of time. I had the great feeling of being just completely immersed into a healing process. I could feel and hear mechanical drill-like sounds coming from around my head in many, many places. Buzzing loudly, like drilling out heavy energies from my head, but not in a physical sense, but more of a cleaning my aura field sense. Or my other bodies than this physical one. But it's still very powerful. I could not focus on it. It was very much full of my face stuff, like going to the dentist. I don't want to focus on the drill drilling me, but anything else. The feeling was the same. I was focusing on something else while the plant worked on me. This all happened very quickly, and the last thing I can remember before completely blasting out of my body was the feeling of a hole being opened up in my head, and a big drill coming down into my head, cleansing the innards of my skull with great force. It felt like a hole being opened up, and somebody or something reaching inside my skull with an instrument of a mechanical, biological kind, and starting to clean the very innards of my head. Visiting the 11th dimension. At this point, I flew out of my body, still remaining conscious of my environment and my friend, but out of my body entirely. I went up, level by level, seeing on the way pyramid structures and shooting out of the tip of them, until I landed on a level where the travelling stopped. I could see a high energy place with huge amounts of energy going in all directions on a massive scale. In the distance, I could see another pyramid-like structure, and some being there channeling energy in all directions with high vibrant yellow, orange, blue and red colours. More close to me was another being, a big blue godlike character, a bit like the engineer character from the movie Prometheus, but in bright colour with a golden piece of armour, wearing a headpiece of some kind, crystalline in formation, pointing upwards and to the sides in light blue crystal white colours. They sported a bright pink crystal on the centre of the head, its eyes bright cyan in colour. There was a feeling of hugeness that surrounded it, size that is not physical size but dimensional size, and he was telling me, "So, you've had the permission to see what it's like in the 11th dimension. Welcome. Look around you now as you can, as this is a very limited privilege. Learn, see, listen." In physical time, my being there was not long, but in a sense it felt like a very long time indeed. I could see how these beings in the 11th dimension were very powerful, godlike, but at the same time they were not beings like we think of beings. They were more complex systems of greater coherence than we can ever imagine here on the 3rd dimensional level. The energy there felt out of this world, so powerful and quick to move, like hyper energy, something almost too high frequency to even describe in this slow 3rd dimension. I saw some crystalline pyramid constructions there, how they operated, and how they channeled energy to all dimensions around them. Connecting these crystals between each other, I saw 2 of these pyramids, the other one being governed by this blue being, and at the other one I could sense a more feminine energy governing it, a more feminine being in the distance. Rays of light and high frequency vibrating lightning were pulsating between these pyramids. Quickly, my time there was over. I have no idea how long I was there. All the while I was being there, my body was being worked on by operators around me. Slowly, I was coming back down more to my body, and I could feel being back on my body, sensing my friend beside me. I laid there on the floor and was completely overtaken by what I just experienced. I felt strange. Who was I and where was I? Was the healing already over? I stood up to sit slowly and I realised it was far from over. Sitting down, I could feel these blasts of energy coming through me like I was being electrocuted from the head level. These waves of electricity went through me from the sides of my head, through my spine and towards my leg. I started shaking involuntarily. I could feel this energy going through my nerves and making my muscles shake. This continued for a while. This series of shocks and then shaking until a very specific part of my body was completely relaxed from the operation. Then this process would continue to another part of my body, to different muscles. Waves of energy blasting through the sides of my head. I felt cold, but at the same time I got the confirmation that this is not coldness. It is the medicine doing its work. We had the fire going and it was a cool summer night, so I was not worried and continued on. After some time, I could relax for a while and take in heat from the fire. Put more woods into the fire and just be. But it was difficult to be, so I started to rock around a bit, to rock to the inner sound within me that was somehow singing. This movement put me into ease and let me process a bit of what had happened. Then the waves came again and again, taking huge yawns between these shocks where I felt that my jaw was almost dislocated and huge amounts of tension being released with these yawns. And in between, I would communicate with different spirits appearing while looking in the fire. A spirit of the forest coming to see what is happening, a spirit of a crocodile, and at some point, a high-dimensional being comes to my visions. Meeting with the 9th dimensional reptilian. A lizard being from the 9th dimension I got. I see him standing, floating to the right of me by the fire. A very conscious being, blue aura but still a body of a lizard, and I could see its tongue slithering. Its huge, wide blue and yellow snake eyes, a blue skin with an intricate pattern texture, very high level. But at the same time, the physical form was very low level in a sense. I could sense its wants, needs, urges to capture, grab, mate, and all these other primitive feelings. And at the same time, the being could focus its being, for times at while, for very high focus on the crown chakra and third eye area. This would make it become very zen, very calm, very Buddha-like in its stature. But it could not hold the focus for very long. It had trouble holding onto this form. I started to communicate with this being. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" I asked. "We are reptilians, and our evolutionary path has taken such an extreme form that we are now in trouble. We have evolved to such high-level lizards that it is difficult to step back from this form. We've gone so deep in this one function that it now drives us no matter what we do. But we are learning new ways to come together, to learn how to work in a more uniform manner, to become part of the galactic consciousness, the galactic community. Some of us have recognized the futility of our form, and in the end, it has led to eating each other, which is not very productive for the evolution of our species as a whole. So we are now evolving, moving away from our reptilian form to something completely different." We kept discussing that for a while. I was astonished to see such a contradictory form, very high level spiritually, and very old soul inhabiting this body, but still being limited by such animal-like needs. It reminded me of our own struggles as humans to evolve, and my own needs and the drive that leads me to follow those needs. Felt like it was a reminder that this is not something uncommon in the universe, and that there are many life forms working together to evolve as a whole, and dealing with the same issues. Coming together here on planet Earth, we come to connect, to channel these issues outwards and inwards from this planet to the farthest reaches of the galaxy, reminding me again the importance of this place, the role Earth has as a diplomatic meeting place. Meeting with the satanic cult. The discussion with this being slowly faded and he left my field. The turn of events quickly went to another direction. I could feel myself being pulled towards more sinister energies. There were these sounds hailing in the air like tritones of metallic guitar sounds, but still more purely sonic in nature, a bit like metal guitar played with trumpets, low basses combined with high notes as well, playing these short progressions of notes, all a bit off-tuned from each other, forming some kind of pulling energy, some kind of unharmonic field that is close enough to its harmonic counterpart to pull in my interest and my whole being. And at the same time, I started to see these dark beings emerge. These huge dark beings, twisted shapes, eyes red and white, staring in the darkness, only revealing parts of themselves by time. There were 3 of them at least. And a set of gates, like cemetery gates in front of me. Soon after this, the number 666 flashed before my eyes. I even had history with this number, understanding this number, seeing that it had been rebranded by the Christian society used for evil, and now I could feel it used to lure me into their energy,
It is a very harmonic number, a number of manifesting energy on a physical level, and I could feel these beings using this form to their own personal uses, and the communication started. Come with us, feel the power. You could have this all. And I really could feel this power they were offering me. The immense power of being a part of a bigger thing than myself, of utilising the energy they had gathered, just waiting for me beyond the gates. A spokesperson stepped forwards, some kind of reverend wearing a priest's outfit. He presented himself to me, told me in telepathic messages, you could have immense power if I just stepped in through those gates. But I had chosen my path already, and that is light. I projected light and love around me. Light and love towards these beings. They were very persistent, showing me more images of power, wealth. If I would just step through the gates, please. But I knew my position and what I'm doing here. And this is not my way. The way of darkness has a limit, and I've already gone through that limit before. No need to experience it anymore. I stayed in my own power and light. And slowly, the cult left my vision of field, fetching the soul of my son. After this eerie vision, I could still hear those tritone voices playing as echoes. Slowly they went away, and I lied down there for a while, and then a feeling came. Now it is time to go with the drum. To travel with the drum and fetch a part of my son's soul. My newborn, only 6 months old, very afraid of water, always crying when put near water. A friend of mine, a healer, had told me that part of his soul was trapped, and now it was time to get it back. I took my drum and started listening carefully. Is it time? Is this meaningful? Is this correct? Yes. I started drumming away, just listening to what was coming, slowly. And suddenly, I was descending into the underworlds. Deep within the earth, not this earth, but some other place, other planet, other time. A place not inhabited by humans, but something else, humanoids of different kinds. I could actually hear my son calling. His soul being trapped within a swamp deep within the ground. Stuck in a swamp with some beast-like beings also there with him. The skeletons around him. I got the vision he had been eaten by these beings and got stuck there. The trauma not letting go of him. And I started drumming more powerfully, more intentionally, pulling him upwards, encouraging him to come out of this place, to let go of the pain. I continued drumming for a long, long time. Slowly, very slowly, working with his soul, encouraging, loving and healing it, pulling the soul upwards. And finally, the soul let go of the pain and the trauma of this event that had led him to get stuck there. And I could see him, my son, a tall being over 2 meters tall, shining with light. He was very thankful, and I was almost in tears. I saw this part of him getting connected back to his oversoul, like a triangle formation, shooting itself from the tip of the triangle, with pure light, to a greater structure. And I could feel him becoming more whole, more himself, not afraid anymore. And I was very happy. Finally, it started to feel that most of the medicine had done its work. My body was more relaxed, no more shivering. Maybe 3 to 4 hours had passed now. I took the courage to stand and feel that maybe I could purge this thing inside me. I've never been able to vomit with ayahuasca, but I've managed to get rid of most of it through pissing. I go to the forest and I can feel the trees wanting what I have. So I give my ear into them and feel relaxed, like the liquid inside me had left me, removing most of the toxins within myself. So after this I go back to sit to the fire, and now the strangest part of my journey starts to begin. These beings, digital in nature, come to me. They start to show me things. I can feel them wanting to tell me something. I let go again, relax fully, just to be in total relaxation, and allow this information to come to me. They start to show me how a computer works, what kind of noise does a computer make, and how it works visually when it is calculating. I'm a programmer, a software developer, so I'm very familiar with computers. But now I am starting to slowly transform into one. Feeling as I am the CPU, or witnessing the CPU and its memory operations in front of me, hearing what kind of sound a modern CPU does when it's computing. I can hear the harmony of countless bits being calculated, like a giant parallel clockwork of waterfalls, dropping down binary information in huge amounts, generating this high, and at the same time low-pitched sound. Slowly, I am transforming from my being into more deeper levels. These beings around me, digital elves, they show me how a GPU works, how it can take one number and replicate it around in a parallel with almost infinite bandwidth from my human viewpoint. Slowly, I turn into this GPU. I am the GPU for a while. I'm channeling this energy inside it, feeling, hearing how it is calculating information. I'm wondering, what the heck are we even doing with computers? Do we even have any idea what we're working with? Slowly, the visions of the CPU and GPU fade away, and I'm left in awe wondering what the hell just happened. With this information, also, somehow, my being transforms from the GPU to myself, and I can feel these beings showing me also how to utilize this same information to healing a dog that we have here with us, laying next to us. A dog who is old and who has bladder problems. I project myself inside the dog and see the cells there are not anymore reproducing. There is stagnation happening inside the energy circulation in the liver area, or where the urine forms. Somehow, I utilize this parallel GPU model to the energy distribution of this urine system inside my friend's dog, and the energy starts to flow, and I feel the dog getting better. And I also sense that he's going away soon, leaving this place. He's already old, 15 and 16 years, but the healing continues, and I feel it is over. Suddenly, I see the dog's face staring at me. He is a puppy suddenly, a small enthusiastic puppy jumping around happily, ears flopping, great energy. It's like he's thanking me, and I'm glad, just laughing. Slowly, I get back to this earth more, and the experience starts to wade. The healing was done. All that is left now is enjoying this afterglow and playing some dew harp for the forest spirits watching us there. We go back to sleep slowly, and tomorrow wake up refreshed, happy, and clean. We wonder about what happened yesterday, as well as changing stories and just being in the nature with one another. And this was my 6th time drinking ayahuasca, and more times would come. Thank you for reading so far, enduring this most peculiar of experiences.
Right, I just wanted to clarify things before we jump into this report, because I guarantee there's going to be comments where people say, "Oh, this report is fake as fuck, unsubbed." So, for me, there's probably 3 explanations for what went on here. The first is that the woman experienced cocaine psychosis after abusing the stimulant for, say, days on end, which actually is more attributed to the lack of sleep that comes with abusing stimulants like coke. The second is that it could have been one of these psychedelic stimulants that they got sold as cocaine. It could have been DOB, DOC. If you look them up, it's possible to actually hallucinate things in them because they're more hallucinogenic. And the third explanation, however the least likely in my opinion, is that this actually was cocaine, and that the woman herself, she describes that she has past experience with tulpas, so she's obviously quite a mystical, spiritual person. I don't know what she's doing, abusing cocaine to induce these visions, but whatever, you do you. That she's some form of genetic outcast and can actually induce these types of experiences through stimulants. I have no idea, but regardless, this is a really interesting report, and I know you guys love anything to do with entities, so we'll jump right in. Open-eyed entity hallucination. A cocaine trip report by Gebula. Posted to earwig.org, April 28, 2022. This was a 5-minute, stable, highly interactive, open-eyed entity hallucination that I narrated to my friend in National Geographic style detail. Physical contact was felt. It was very strange that what was advertised as cocaine caused this, but I don't think many people make any kind of an attempt to hallucinate beings on cocaine in the first place, whereas I did, using past experiences with tulpas. Check them out on Wikipedia. So take that as you will. This cocaine was tested with a fentanyl test strip and came up negative.
The main being I will focus on describing here was a spider that was exploring around me on my bed, and at some points, even crawling onto my friend and onto me. It would change size and build slightly at times, and range from roughly quarter-sized to rat-sized. It moved its legs in this very cute, scrambling, goofy and expressive way that looked distinctly cartoon-like and benign. Despite an overwhelming majority of positivity, there were 2 distinct times at which the spider being developed a piercing mouthpart, along with a mosquito-like body, and it kind of pumped the mouthpart in and out of my friend's back. Then later, through a seam of my pant leg, it put up a considerable, funny struggle to get through the seam. I had the sense that this piercing was bad, and as an afterthought, should have shooed them away gently when they attempted to insert. But it was acting so disarming before and after that I didn't act. I only watched, letting them either inject something or suck something out. I'm really not sure which. I'll break down the experience into a few portions. Number 1. My technique for seeing it, quality of the visual. I first sensed the spider by defocusing from any physical thing in the room and staring into the open space in front of me and around the periphery of my vision. The visual first manifested as a sense of disembodied movement, and then as I tracked the movement, I detected a type of wavy air outline that looked somewhat like how you can see heat rising from a well-sunned road. It also reminded me of very thin ice. It was very much see-through with no colour, but with small ripples and distortions. The spider being was constantly moving, and the movement made it much easier to see. Number 2. A physical sensation from entity contact. At one point, the spider entity was crawling along my arm towards my hand. I raised my hand up slowly and pointed my index finger upward. The entity crawled up and perched on top of my finger, and kind of bounced or stomped its legs. Honestly, it was unclear exactly what it did. However, I felt a clear tingling and pressure on the top of that finger, like weight. This was truly a breakthrough moment for me. I was overjoyed. Yet during the phase when the mosquito-formed spider was inserting its mouthpart into my friend and I, neither of us felt any sensations, which to be honest I'm thankful for, because that would have been extra disturbing. Number 3. The being transformed. When the spider had finished inserting its mouthpart into my friend's back, it continued to crawl around on her with, again, an exploring, curious attitude very clearly communicated by the leg movements. I then experimentally brought my index finger close to it, and it quickly became highly aware of me and very amusingly reached out with a few of its front legs and eagerly rocked them back and forth, waving them excitedly and straining intently for my finger. It clearly wanted contact. I brought my finger closer and it got more excited, but I didn't touch it. Then, after several more moments of leg waving, almost as if a result of it giving up trying to reach me, it transformed into a small sphere made of the same immaterial wavy air that I described previously, which then expanded until it contacted my hand and began to balloon around it. This moment was interesting because I would half expect the substance to be able to pass through my hand, yet my hand left impressions in it. I removed my hand from the bubble's way and it continued to expand until it was about hula hoop size. And then it dissipated, or something along those lines. I've lost that moment now, unfortunately. Number 4. Perception of colour. At one point towards the end of the hallucination, the spider began to quickly create webs. One was created connecting my outstretched arm to the nearby wall. As I stared at the web, I noticed a faint bluish colour extending from the centre of the web in a rough circle with edges that slowly fluctuated in different distances from the centre. This fluctuating bluish blob had a very similar look to the lava lamp-like blue blobs I see during the hypnagogic, sleep-entering state behind my eyelids. An additional detail was that the spider was constructing the web, but at the same time part of it, the circular part connecting each radial strand,
It then began to construct itself with a single extending strand, bouncing very cartoonishly in this happy way from one radial strand to another. Number 5. An additional entity. Right before I decided to stop tracking the movements of these beings and move on with the physical world activities, as I was a little concerned they would get too interesting and get in the way of my, albeit minimal, duties, I perceived another entity made of the same stuff as before, that looked to be veiled and a little taller than a human that was standing near the edge of the bed. I wasn't sure whether it was friend or foe, so I asked it aloud. It then reached up an arm and doffed a bowler hat that appeared on its head, which was at the point where I had to wrap things up. I then focused on my friend, and when I looked back at where the entity was, it was gone. Number 6. How I was able to remember as much detail as I did. I may not have been able to recall as much, or be as calm had my friend not been there to ground me. I got her okay to narrate the activities of the entities, so I was speaking aloud to her while they were doing the thing. This helped a lot, and I got the feeling that the better I was able to describe their activities, the slightly more visible they became. I had some very open, heartfelt conversations with this friend beforehand, and she was familiar with tripping, so I felt at ease to openly describe the activities of the being so without being judged. She was also very tired, almost sleeping at the time, which grounded my excitability at what was happening and gave me an important degree of composure. If I had been alone, some fear might have gotten a foothold. Number 7. Going forward. In the future, if this happens while I'm alone, I will use my phone to record my narration and ground my experience. I'm kind of pissed that I didn't do this from the get-go though, but I wasn't expecting to see anything at all, and I was worried that if I fiddled with my phone, I'd extinguish the hallucination. If I could suggest anything as an aid to navigating entity hallucinations from this and past experiences, it would be to narrate aloud what is going on in a detailed way. Also, don't assume that what you're narrating about can't hear you. You may need to address a being directly at some points, or perhaps the whole way through. There were some points where I switched to speaking aloud to the human-like entity, and my friend thought I was addressing her. I think removing as much confusion as possible over what you're going to do and say is important to correct entity hallucination navigation. Thank you all for reading. Now, like I said at the beginning, I don't really know what was going on here. It really has thrown me off. Although, that being said, I think a lot of you out there, if any of you are into mysticism, spiritual visions, the paranormal, or anything, who've done the research into this over the years throughout human history, there are people who are more mystically inclined than others, who are able to experience things that the normal, neurotypical human, and even neurodivergent people, such as ADHD, autism-riddled people like me, aren't able to actually experience. There's so many anecdotal reports of people witnessing telekinesis, people experiencing visions. I think many of you know about Skinwalker Ranch. Whether you believe any of this stuff, you can't deny that people have said that they've seen it and it impacts their lives. Personally, I'm not too bothered whether these things are true or false, they're just interesting to read about. However, personally, my own thoughts is that I think these things are possible. I don't think the cocaine was the catalyst for the vision. I think that it was something they used to alter their mind, to allow them to be more open to hallucinating something. Because at the end of the day, hallucination is sort of your brain chemistry operating in a different way that produces an altered perception of what's in front of you. That's really what's going on with psychedelics at the material, sort of, brain level. So, it really isn't out of the ordinary for things like this to be possible. Honestly, just do your research. Look into the history of paranormal, mystical visions. People throughout history have been talking about entities, ghosts, skinwalkers, Bigfoot, aliens, whatever you want to call them. Doesn't matter really what the names are. The things beyond the normal, physical realm. So, whether it's just a production of the brain, going haywire,
or if they're actually entities that occupy a different space and that we're sort of shifting into their dimension to be able to perceive them. Possibly they're all around us at all times. I don't really know. I don't have the answers. But either way, it is very possible to see things like this. I mean, think of all the entity trip reports I've featured so far. These people literally see this. Obviously, once the trip subsides, they're back to the normal, sober, human state of being, where physicality comes back to being solidified. But when you take something like a delirium, datura, or take loads of DPH, mate, you can fucking hallucinate anything. People will literally run into your room and scream at you and doing all this seriously disturbing, twisted, Silent Hill level stuff. Honestly, the rabbit hole goes infinitely deep when it comes to these delirious, hallucinatory experiences. So, the fact that you could do this with a stimulant, with the aid of a stimulant, to alter your perception, alter your brain chemistry in a way where you can literally manifest this energy type being in front of you, doesn't seem out of the ordinary for me. And I know a lot of people will try and say, well, it's all in your head, but mate, is everything not all in our heads? Regardless of whether it's all in your head, it can literally happen to you. It doesn't matter whether it's physical or not, or grounded in reality. These things are possible to perceive. I bet many of you have actually had experiences of entities. I have. In the moment, it feels realer than real. So who's to say what is real and what isn't? And what even is real to begin with? So yeah, take what you want from this. I don't think I'll be covering cocaine again in the future. I only really wanted to cover this because it leans into the mystical entity type experiences that I love to cover already on the channel. But it certainly is interesting because it's something you never really hear of. And also, let me just add to that, psychosis is very, very real. And sleep deprivation hallucinations are very real as well. I think a lot of you have probably seen Tales from the Trip's methamphetamine reports that he covers, and people literally go into these psychotic delusions where they think like the CIA is following them about, there's some weird demonic thing chasing them through a forest. I believe I covered that quite a while ago in the only methamphetamine report that I've covered, where it had a lot of allusions to sort of delirious datura type experiences. Just random things appearing in front of you, just being in this weird, surreal, nightmare type world. So yeah, who knows what's possible? It feels like anything is. But whilst you're in this physical, normal, mundane existence, life can feel very average. But for some people, even schizophrenics, who are born completely differently to the normal human in terms of their brain chemistry and the way they perceive reality, life is not so normal for them. They'll experience things that we can't even imagine. And that's even without the use of a drug altering their consciousness. They were literally born into that reality. So yeah, I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss stuff like this if I were you. The Danger of Insanity, The Art of Existence. A DPT and alcohol trip report by Mars. Posted to earwid.org, April 11th, 2002. I began this experiment with little foresight, and I truly paid the price for it. I began the evening with several drinks. I had a lot of gin, more than I should have. I was most drunk. I said, "Hey, let's test the sacrament again." Okay, never attempted the nasal route. Sounds easy enough. 100 milligrams of DPT hydrochloride salt in 2 quick shots. Oh dear. I can't see. Gotta puke again. Seems too strong. I lay down on the floor, face down. Now I'm gone, totally. I had no concept that I was even a person anymore. I thought that I was some form of insect life, and I only say this after analysing it later. It was like I was a fly that was looking for some slime on the floor to eat. There were other creatures like myself around me, and they kinda showed me what to eat. Ah yeah, we need this stuff, I remember thinking. I was like a newborn child in a new body. I had to relearn everything from scratch in this reality. My mind tried to retrieve my ego, and I thought, nah, I'm insane now. This is art. I knew that I was not alright, but I also thought that there was no other way to be, and that if I was indeed insane, well, that was it. I had no memory of taking any sacramental supplement, nor any memory of my life up until that point. I was comfortable being insane. There was no other way. I realized that there was no way I could ever communicate with another being again, except for these other insect creatures around me. Suddenly, I was beyond my insect form, and I feared that I was dead. It wasn't a scary feeling per se, just one of total loss. But this is where it got really intense. I was in a void of space, where other bodiless beings were swirling around madly. We all had one purpose: to get the thing. It was something that always avoided capture, like a point of light just out of reach. We all screamed and moaned and ripped each other's forms apart in an insane fit to get the thing. Time itself stretched to infinity. And of course, we could never get it. And I realized that this was never going to end, and I was damned to spend eternity trying to get the thing, whatever it was. Let's make up some games. I need to forget about the thing. We all do, I said to them all. Everyone else said no, we must have it. And we went back to our painful torment, which seemed to last forever and ever and ever. But then it changed again, and I was being spoken to by some oriental master. He spoke his language, which sounded Tibetan or something along those lines. I understood the meaning, but now that I think about the words he used, which I can still hear perfectly, I can't put it all back together again. He was telling me there was a great joyous occasion taking place, and I truly felt what he said. Many entities were preparing me for this joyous occasion. He showed me how to do this strange chant, which again I can't really put into words enough to type. He put all this emotion and energy and compassion into the chant, like he was showing me how to feel. It was most intense. I think I was even crying in the vision. I don't know what my face down in the floor body was doing back in reality, probably slobbering everywhere. Then it changed again. I transformed into a pitiful beggar. I was crawling around in the dirt chanting, Om Mani Padme Hum. But it was as if those were the only words I could say. They had to mean everything. Like dude can mean every word depending on inflection and context. I would change the inflection of the mantra, and it would take on new meanings each time. I said it with the most pitiful, horrible beggar's lost hope voice one could possibly muster up. I was at rock bottom right now. I had nothing, not even death. All I could do was beg for anything, and my begging was the mantra. Suddenly, I was whisked away again, this time by the benevolent spirits of spring. They showed me green parks and flowers, and filled my spirit with the joy and desire to get out there and give it your all. They actually said that to me, with a smile and a laugh. They made me so happy, and like I was one of them. I truly belonged with these beautiful spirits of spring and youth. We flew about quickly through the green lands, and just as we did, I was compelled to open my real eyes. My friend was face down on the floor next to me, and the room was swirling around like a Tool video. We both got up and were able to speak a few minutes later. He had not seen such visions as I had, but was still most impressed. We were back to a reasonable baseline within 3 hours from launch. I still cannot stop thinking about those visions, I feel changed. Like I died and don't know what to do now. I feel like this life is the game. I wanted to play to forget about the thing. I hear the Oriental Master's words all day, but I don't remember what they meant. It's all just a feeling. Overall, too much, but very intense. I still feel like my body is out of whack physically and mentally. The chiropractor took one look at me and said, "What in the world happened to you?" He said there were several obvious signs of major stress in my system. Now, I would not recommend alcohol in these drugs at all, especially not together. Alcohol is not an MAO inhibitor, but can also greatly affect the intensity of most of the drugs. This was a dangerous thing to do, and I would never repeat such an experiment whatsoever. The absolute safest way to take DPT is orally or rectally. If combined with Syrian rue seeds, the oral route is very nice, but it does last quite a while, I must say. Snorting DPT is too dangerous. Don't do it. Too many people have serious medical issues. How would you feel if you dose your friend and he ended up in the hospital? This sort of stuff happens a lot. 100 milligrams rectally with a baby medical syringe is by far the best way to do this. Peace out, guys. Mars. In Hell with the Lord of the Flies. A DPT trip report by Havale. Posted to earwid.org September 13th, 2021. This trip report is about a very irresponsible behaviour I had only a few months after I discovered psychedelics. Psychedelics had only been positive experiences for me until then, and I didn't understand what the big deal was about setting, etc. I'd already had LSD 6 times, and while I had uncomfortable trips with thought loops and paranoia, etc., the overall experience was always very positive. I also had dissociatives several times, but I never tried anything more powerful than that. In particular, I never tried DMT, and I didn't imagine what a breakthrough was like. In particular, prior to this trip, I had a couple of very powerful and therapeutic mystical experiences on LSD. I was going through a divorce at the time, and these experiences were extremely positive for me. I've done many things I was not proud of, which I needed forgiveness and a new start. While I was never a religious person before, LSD allowed me to suddenly feel the love of God, as in the first cause, and his forgiveness. It made me feel part of a whole, where there can be no evil, but the LSD trips were so long, I wondered if I'd ever be able to find another substance that could allow me to have the same type of experience just in a shorter time frame, as I felt I still needed some therapeutic trips to get rid of all the hate and pain I accumulated over the years. And now, this is how I find DPT. I took DPT twice, 2 nights in a row. The first night I tried to smoke or vape the thing, but couldn't. The tutorials were too complicated to follow, and I was too impulsive. So I decided to try intranasal. I tried one large bump, maybe 100 milligrams, but barely felt anything. Some euphoria, a nice if erotic sensation going through my body. Then I went to bed, and suddenly, I saw a being going through my door, walking right through the room and disappearing through the wall. The being was a tall fly man, all thin, black-skinned, with bright red eyes. A couple of days before, I had seen the first episode of Rick and Morty, where they battle a similar fly man, and there was no doubt, this was the same being. What was really weird about this experience, that lasted only a few seconds, is that first, I wasn't sure that I really saw it. I thought maybe I was just pretending to myself that I saw it, which is weird. The second thing that was very weird is that I am a very rational person. I knew I had taken a hallucinogen, and still I was convinced that the being that I just saw was real. The DPT just opened a third eye, made me see another dimension. The flyman was always there, but now the DPT allowed me to see it. This is what I truly felt, and it was very strange because I was certain that what I saw was a real, other-dimensional being. The next day, I talked about this underwhelming experience to my friends. "The flymen say hi to you," I said, laughing. For all I knew, I now understood that there are other dimensions, and in one of those dimensions, these fly people do their life, minding their own business. The second night, I decided to try 2 bumps. I almost tried 3, but a moment of wisdom made me stop at 2, probably 200 milligrams. Oh God, was I not prepared. I'm writing this 2 years later, and the experience of what happened next is still so vivid in my mind. In a word, it was traumatizing. 15 minutes after the ingestion, I start hallucinating. These are the most beautiful hallucinations I have ever had. Every object becomes shining, enveloped in a halo, and I feel I'm in some sort of futuristic video game. I'm so happy right now. Go to bed and I start to look at the wall. The hallucinations become more and more powerful. Motifs on the wall start moving, and I sense this evil presence. I panic. Objects start moving, and I start thinking, what if I never come down? What if I can never see the world right again? God, what have I done? Have I really broken my brain this time? The wall has a mural with motifs that start looking like skulls and spikes. The spikes turn and turn in a circle, until they form something like a gigantic mouth with hundreds of teeth. I'm gonna die of fear. I can hear my heart beating. And that was when he appeared. The flyman. But this is not a nice, casual, extraterrestrial being from Rick and Morty. Not at all. I was completely mistaken. This is a demon. The Lord of the Flies. Beelzebub. I am paralyzed in fear. The demon and I became instantly transported in the gigantic mouth. Then I can no longer see my room. We arrive in another world, his world, which I can only describe as hell. Fire, sand, rocks. It is burning, and I am dead. I no longer know who I am or what I am doing here. Time stops, and the demon shows me what seems like thousands of pictures of horrors. Tortures, dismemberment, decapitations, burning bodies of humans. All of those go very fast. At a specific moment, I see images flashing, and I tell myself, this is metamorphosis. I don't know why I thought that. It's like I'm trapped in the hell of every culture on Earth. After this is all over, I find myself lying on the ground in the desert, the fly demon standing tall at my foot. The sky is red. There is a grey mountain far away. I'm not sure what the demon wants to tell me because it does not speak, but I know he wants to show me his world. Here, war is always raging. These powerful beings battle with each other. There is a town far away, and I see the town exploding as if it was nuked by a ray of white fire. I then see a red dragon, the same as in the famous painting by William Blake, flying in the sky. This doesn't make any sense, I tell myself. Why would God create demons? God loves us. Why would he create evil? I sense their very power. They are so much more powerful than us. It's as if the demon is saying, you are mere insects to us. You humans are nothing. And then,
the war calms down. Silence. The demon looks at me, and I am still laying on the ground. He directs his right hand towards my body, and I feel that I know what he is thinking. Because you used my power, I'm going to take your body. My arm starts moving on its own. I feel the demon trying to enter my body and possess me. My whole body starts twitching. I strike the bed with my right arm a couple of times to check that I can still control it. This is the end for me. I try to get my two hands close to each other, but it's very difficult to move them. When my two hands finally touch, I perform the sign of the cross. I don't know why I did that. It's the first time in my life that I've ever actually done something like that. But suddenly, a white light appears in the sky, and the demon is destroyed. I'm saved. I see my room again. No more hallucinations. I feel very frightened though. I get up and throw up, vowing to never touch this satanic substance ever again, and swallow a couple of Xanax. For the next few days, I was regularly watching over my shoulder to see if he wasn't here. It took me 4 days to accept that the demon was not real. I threw the DPT, and 2 years later, I've never touched this product again, and stuck to LSD and other softer psychedelics. My behaviour has also changed a lot. I've become a very pro-social person, whereas beforehand, I was slightly antisocial. And I think this trip had a lot to do with that. Welcome back, Psychonauts.
Today we're taking a look at 4-HO-DPT, which is also known as 4-hydroxy-N,N-dipropyltryptamine and colloquially referred to as Prosin. It was first synthesized by everybody's favourite chemist, Alexander Shulgin, and is the 4-hydroxyl analogue of DPT, which is a substance we've covered many times on the channel in the past, and it's produced some otherworldly, mystical experiences in great abundance. So it'll be interesting to see how this one compares to the other DPT reports and see if there's any similarities. Surprisingly powerful with entity contact. A 4-HO-DPT trip report by Tim Schull. Posted at earwid.org, September 19, 2019, at a dose of 92 mg. This was my first experience with this drug. I took this amount because I'd heard that 4-HO-DPT was less potent by mass than other 4-substituted tryptamines, and I read a trip report on this dose that led me to believe it would be around the intensity of perhaps 35 to 45 mg of 4-ACO-DMT. I was wrong. It was the second strongest trip of my life as of writing. At the time of this trip, I was coming out of an intense identity and existential crisis that had manifested in the frequent use of large doses of 4-subtryptamines, so I was psychologically okay, but definitely not in a normal state of mind. I remember taking it. I remember perhaps 25 minutes later watching patterns stand up in relief against my wall, and after that, I do not remember anything in this reality. The rest of this trip report describes a series of events I remember, but I have no idea what order they happened in, so don't take this as a chronological retelling. I was viewing myself in the third person, at eye level, perhaps 15 feet away. There was no front or back to the building I was in, and the background was a sunny, slightly cloudy sky, or flat panels of colour depending on the time. The building around me was populated with objects that would exist in a normal human building, but the building was shaped into chaotic geometric shapes that defied gravity and all laws of physics. As holes opened up in the shifting rooms around me, I stepped into other rooms, or my body did, moving from place to place while simultaneously staying completely still. The building around me changed in form. In particular, I remember a drab office, a Persian throne room, a desert oasis, my own home, an apartment building under construction, as well as a skyway with glass walls and some sort of room made of gold and sapphires. But there were many more than that. those are just what I can recall. I viewed a canvas divided into two colours. These colours were at odds and poked and prodded each other. Both fluctuated through and beyond the rainbow, but in general, the first one stayed primarily white and red, and the second was usually black. I assigned this order because I was identifying the first one as myself. My entire being was a blob of colour, and it was me. I pushed back against the other colour, knowing it was pointless, that neither would win, but it was all we existed for, to interact with each other. The other colour was in a sense an enemy, but in an equally real sense was a colleague who I conflicted with cordially, without any personal judgment. And when I say conflicted, I don't mean we just nudged at each other. It began that way, but we came to embody all conflicts and contradictions as they exist in our world. I remember taking the form of warring generals, commanding armies made up of ourselves, in flat monocolour design like an old video game, and as we advanced and our front waves died, our soldiers progressed through the ages and technology advanced in seconds, such that a soldier that began a battle with a rag and a sling would suddenly find themselves with now an axe, now a spear, now a sword, now a bayoneted gun, and now an M16. I remember viewing the two of us as physical forces, gravity, electromagnetism, and the nuclear forces fighting each other, pulling reality in opposite directions, seemingly in conflict, but underneath that was in fact harmony, as our opposing influences resulted in the way all things are. Contradictions within the essence of things resolved themselves into everything. Basically, I became one half of the great duality that is the engine of all change and development in the universe. Towards the end, I realised that this was fundamentally similar to Taoism, and my adversary and I formed into the yin and yang. This was the first, and to this day only Taoist imagery I've ever seen while tripping. At some point, I came to perceive that all of time had been, and would be, a progression through three different states of being. What we normally perceive as linear, continuous time was in fact a discrete periodic function, meaning that it had finite possible values, 3 of them, and these repeated in the same order forever. It was geometric time, triangular time. I understood this geometric time in a very concrete visual way that was predominantly orange, but I otherwise cannot describe. There exists a collection of places and scenarios that I have seen and have been multiple times across multiple trips. On this trip, I saw many of them. I've tried to describe as many as I can remember in as much detail as possible, but I'll most likely only recall a third or so of them. These different places and scenarios were arranged in a geometric way, which to explain, I will go on a tangent that will become relevant. Most people think of the arrangement of the Death Star in one of two ways. Either it is like a series of concentric spheres, or it is a sphere split into stacked, circular floors, the layer cake model. It is this layer cake model that is the image I am going for. Picture that, but each level is a different one of these places I will describe, and, of course, the sphere does not stay a sphere, but transitions at breakneck pace through a series of psychedelic geometry. I saw this object every time I switched between these visions. I found myself in a dark place, with a dark purple stone pillar in front of me, extending infinitely up and down. This pillar is covered in geometric patterns, and I rush up it, towards something maybe, extremely fast. So fast that I can't ever see the pattern on the pillar, but I do know that it's there. I then find that I am in the back of a white van, parked in a parking lot at a beach, which closely resembles Linda Mar Beach in California. The back of the van is open, and I am staring out of it at the ocean, which is turbulent with 5 to 6 foot waves, and the sky is overcast. I sit inside a 2-storey building, which consists entirely of empty rooms with hardwood floors and white paint on the walls and ceiling. I know this, despite the fact that I stay inside a single room, because my perspective is third-person omniscient. I simultaneously stare out the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, and watch myself from everywhere else, both inside the building and out. The building is white on the outside and shaped in a very angular, cuboid way. The second floor is smaller than the first, giving the building a stair shape. The building is situated in the middle of a vineyard, and by the middle, I mean literally the middle. The vines grow right up to the walls of the building. There is no evidence that there should be a building here. There is no road to it, not even a door. It is entirely wall and window. I'm halfway down a matte white stairway. In front of me and a bit to the left stands a very tall being of some type. So tall that I only ever see it up to the elbows, never looking at the face. Its proportions are off, like it has been stretched from a normal human into a being 50 feet tall. but not in an alien, creepy way. The right wall borders the staircase and is the same matte white as it. At the bottom of the staircase there is an arch on the right wall leading into another room. There is no left wall or ceiling, only a white mist that creates the distinct sense of a barrier, but without any rigid line of impassability. There is no back wall. The room extends indefinitely. The being here with me walks through the arch and I follow it into the next room. I find myself at the arch I just came from on my left, the same wall extending towards infinity, and the same mist as before on my right. In front of me, there is a floating geometric shape that fluctuates rapidly in terms of both form and colour, but generally leaves the impression of a red teardrop diamond, perhaps 10 to 12 feet in height and half that in width. I get the sense that the being created this object as a sort of abstract art piece and that it wished to show it to me, even though it knew that I could never truly understand what it signified. I've come to refer to this place as the art room. The entity in this room is the only entity I've ever encountered more than once. I replayed this exact same scenario about a month later in a trip on 50mg of 4-HO-DPT, 28mg of 4-ACO-DMT, and 10mg of 4-HO-MET. This is interesting to me. I've encountered the exact same entity twice, but only when this one drug was involved. A field of rolling shallow hills covered in long soft emerald green grass and surrounded by blossoming cherry trees. The air is slightly sweet. Life is very peaceful. I'm on one of those rides that consists of 20 chairs horizontally in a row, attached to an apparatus that moves in a large circle, keeping the chairs the right way up. It is the day after my parents told us they were getting divorced, and my dad had taken us to the county fair. I could see him from my chair with a cryptic, slightly melancholy look on his face. This is a real memory that I often come back to. A concrete structure that I perceive as being in the process of decaying. It is very dreary and the sky above is overcast. The ground outside the building has no grass whatsoever, no life, only stone and dark dead dirt. The whole place has this post-apocalyptic vibe to it. I am now in a vast empty white space. There is nothing but me and maybe the music I am listening to here. It seems like time does not pass. That is all I can remember. This is one of the most psychologically interesting experiences I've ever had, and writing this 1.5 years later, I'm still in awe of it. It seems many people get little to no effect from this drug, but this is clearly not the case for me. There's something interesting going on here.
Swarmed by Ghosts, an LSD and DPT trip report by Nervewing, posted to earwid.org August 22nd, 2017. T plus 0 hours. 5 tabs of acid on the tongue. I then prepare a bump of DPT for later, and eye out the dose like a dumbass. T plus 0 hours and 30 minutes. Normal feeling of coming up on acid. Feeling elated. Feeling like there is energy flowing around me and into me. Brighter colours, faint patterns, etc. I begin getting a melting and twisting and warping of surfaces and lines that I never have noticed before this markedly. My screen starts to breathe. T plus 1 hours. Exactly 1 hour has passed. I'm ready to blast off. I go over to where I have the DPT set out and cut it into 3 lines. I rail them one at a time. It is incredibly uncomfortable. In my nose, I can tell that it tastes like hellishly bitter burnt plastic. It sticks to my palate and desiccates everything. Not only that, there's so much of it. T plus 1 hour and 20 minutes. I put my computer away and I can feel everything rising. The world around me is beginning to swirl and form interlocking polygons. Traces and flashing colour patterns and twisting fractals begin to dominate everything.
The noises around me start to warp and flange and alter in pitch. T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. I begin to think and meditate as the boundaries of my body start to blur. I close my eyes to see a world of glowing lines intersecting to form tessellated polygons overlaid on breathing fractals. I can feel my mind drift into this as my body becomes fainter. I begin to think about all sorts of dilemmas in my personal life. I seem to come to satisfactory conclusions to these issues, but I either lose track of them among the torrent of colourful racing thoughts, or they were purely conceptual, and I couldn't really apply them in the form of words afterwards. As I begin to chain from one abstract thought to the next, I feel like I'm building a mountain of thoughts to stand upon, and as it builds, my mind ascends to higher and higher places with it. T plus 1 hour and 45 minutes. I stand up and wander about my room. I try drawing a little bit, but I'm drifting further and further from myself in body and mind every second. I'm starting to feel like I'm a completely different being by now. I wander over to a table where I keep several animal skulls. I pick up my favourite, a beautifully intact deer skull, so wonderfully smooth and pearly, so aesthetically perfect. I laid shirtless on my bed, gouging its teeth across my chest. I felt so physically numb, I didn't notice it leaving deep scratches on my torso. The skull itself was so incredible, so powerful, that I began to think of the animal that once inhabited it. I began to think about its life, its energy, its raw power. In it harming me, I realised that all living things have a burning life force within them that makes them fight and struggle to exist, to survive. I realised my own life force drew from this same wellspring, that it was common to all Earth life, an unchanging fragment of divergent evolution, perhaps derived from the replicative nature of DNA and RNA. I began to picture myself as a folk hero, travelling a spirit forest with my spectral deer sidekick, a skull with pulsing polychrome tendrils, moulded into the shape of a deer. Between that was experiencing the skull pulsing with the deer's life force. It would shake and press its antlers into me and dig its teeth into me. It had so much energy, so much fire behind it. T plus 2 hours and 15 minutes. My thoughts begin to stray to death, to suicide. I've been thinking about suicide so non-stop lately. In fact, this trip was my last-ditch effort to find some reason not to kill myself. Death, the thought of death, approaches me. I feel so beyond death. I feel like I have already died, like I have not yet been born. What a curious thing death and time are. How odd it is that consciousness seems to transcend time itself. I began thinking about quantum immortality, that in a truly infinite universe or multiverses, every iteration of every atomic moment, reduced to the very most basic component, as a function of time and space, exists somewhere. Somewhere, this information is encoded. Something, I don't know what it is to this day, told me that encoded in the air were the whispers of 1,000 consciousness, encoded as binary data in the smallest and most efficient molecular storage mechanism in the entire universe. Something beyond the current limits of human observation. Of course, this is just blind conjecture. I'm just on a lot of drugs right now. But this idea of quantum immortality really stuck with me, regardless of whether or not it was directly encoded into this universe. Somewhere, everything that was going to happen had already happened. Everything existed as it was. Linear time was just an illusion. It's just us taking all of existence that is already laid out before us and sequencing it. Consciousness was truly beyond linear time. Mine was, at least. And so were many others that I was suddenly aware of. I realized that no one was truly dead, and that I became aware of other consciousnesses inhabiting this realm. These were consciousnesses that were already dead and had not yet been born. In other words, ghosts. This realization was like opening a door between us. We were all suddenly aware of each other, and we were both really confused. They swarmed around me. I could sense them. I could sense so many other presences around me. The room dropped to a chill as I kept catching these looming presences. I couldn't see them per se, but I perceived them as hands grasping and clutching at me. I was terrified. Terrified they might speak to me, and that I may be afflicted with these ghosts forever. I envisioned them as hands, faces, and figures behind a thin, translucent cloth, all leaning in towards me. They all had different personalities. Some were kind, calm, and friendly. Most were indifferent. The benevolent ones would inhabit me. I would feel their personality, wisdom, and thoughts course through my neurons. Some, however, I could feel exuding malevolence and ill will. They loomed behind me, towered over me. One of them seemed fond of grabbing my head and pulling it backwards, down towards my bed. It felt like deer antlers smashing against my skull, which would transform into alabaster fingers that pulled me down. These spirits would surround me, clutch at me. I knew that some evil people had once inhabited this space and wanted to harm me. I saw in my chest a glowing core. The glowing core of life force. My burning life force, keeping me from fading into the abyss of asphodel like them. They were all clutching at it, and I had to repel them all through sheer light and force of will. T plus 2 hours and 45 minutes. It was at this point that I began to really seek out these evil spirits, question them and follow them to where they were born from. I closed my eyes and began to trace them to the root. It was like burrowing through thick underbrush. I got deeper and deeper and encountered a being counter to me. A trickster being that didn't seem to harbour malevolence but still acted antagonistic towards me. This was my divine rival. It toyed with my thoughts and sent ghosts after me. I suddenly realised something. This was God. Or rather, this was a manifestation of God. It had come down to me in a mortally recognisable form. I was blessed with its presence. I wondered, why is this God? Why do I have to agree with it? Why do I have to be subservient to it? And why does submitting to it feel so tranquil? I seem to have my mind shifted to a paradigm in which the paranormal existed, and I was able to believe in and follow God. I still question God though. Why was it the ultimate authority? I began to challenge God, think of ways I could exert power over this force. So this trickster being, after outsmarting me at every turn, decided to enmesh me in itself and show me the true nature of God. God is a representation of the absolute within measurable and tangible human experience. Subject to entropy, every universal force we encounter has astronomical chances of random variation. God, however, is contained in life force. Life force sustains itself by altering perception of the world around it to make itself true and maintain its existence. It is absolutely recursive in how it alters perception. It is in this recursion that the absolute lies. It is within every living thing, also probably derived from the replicative nature of DNA and RNA. Humans are unique in being able to recognize this force, and then later personify it as God or gods. This is simply a byproduct of the survival mechanism that drives everything. Life force does anything to stay alive. Every adaptation, every thought is sometimes through circuitous routes, an extension of that. Everything is subject to entropy, however. Entropy is the unstoppable and ultimate power in the universe. As God exists only within living things, even God is subject to entropy.
During this trip, I began to experience the positive feedback loops that have been plaguing me with burgeoning depression as something actually positive. This recursion showed me that they could be harnessed in a way that didn't drive me towards the edge. I began to wonder, why do my thoughts seem in such opposition to life force? Why am I self-destructive? I began to realize that it's simply the random mutations that drive natural selection, being more subject to entropy. My mutation was a knack for self-destruction. The life force was still there. It just found itself in combat with another powerful counterforce. As powerful as the life force, but twisted and dark. There were moments during the trip where I was overtaken by vanity and ego, where I believed I was the chosen one by God, where I believed I had solved major unsolved problems in math and physics, where I believed I'd opened a rift between our world and the spirit world. This all, of course, turned out to be complete bullshit, but whatever. The rest of the night really wasn't much. I played a lot of video games and went to 7-Eleven. The visuals played out for a while, but my mind itself became more human. I rode an emotional roller coaster as morning approached, shifting between divine elation and a deep depression.
Not all entities are friendly. A DMT trip report by Hypersphere, posted to earwid.org, June 21st, 2021. Background. I am male, and at the time of the experience, I was 23 years old, weighed 125 pounds, and was in good mental and physical health. I take no prescriptions or over-the-counter medications, but use marijuana and yerba mate on a daily basis. I've taken a variety of substances, but my major interest lies with the psychedelics. This was by no means my first experience of DMT. I had been frequently experimenting with this substance on its own or in combination with other substances, and I gained a high level of comfortability, enjoyment, and awe of the experiences that were possible with this substance. Set and setting. My room, alone at night time. I'd taken a small amount of MDMA earlier in the evening, and was in a mood to continue exploring altered states of consciousness. I felt the desire to smoke some DMT, and did so with my usual setup ritual. Dim lighting, comfortably seated against a wall with a pillow at my back, and some calm, chill music lined up to anchor my consciousness during re-entry. The experience. As I rolled the stem of the pipe back and forth, heating, scrounging the remnants of DMT stuck to the sides of the glass vessel, I said, holding the flame and spinning the pipe, I asked to connect to my higher self. Show me something different. Show me something I haven't seen before. And then I breathed in. Once, hold, exhale. Once more feels natural. In, hold, just a little vapour coming up the tube. There was a dull humming sound, like that of an old and cranky vacuum cleaner. The kind of dull, grating mechanical noise that makes your head hurt. Every summer afternoon was ruined by lawnmowers and weed whippers. Every dog terrified of the menacing, vibrating, ear-busting vacuum cleaner. This terrible, painful pressure in my skull seemed to be forcing my head downwards. I went with it, remembering how I'd been directed into certain body positions before on DMT, to good effect. I was directed into a position of abasement, seeking to escape the pain. With the fanfare of trumpets, a tear opened up in the fabric of space and time. Something whispered to me that I was being brought into the presence of someone worthy of great respect, and that I was privileged for it. Through this hole made his entrance,
a kind of gloating, gluttonous male entity. It was this thing that was making that terrible humming noise. For a moment, His Majesty spoke to me, though I could not understand any of the words. It reminded me of Star Wars: A New Hope. Alright, yeah, I went through a Star Wars geek phase. When all the droids are in the big sand transport and moving around, squeaking and twittering and gloff-gloffing at one another. This threw me off about as much as it would throw you off if your computer started trying to communicate to you, based upon its own personal language derived from its binary encoding. Or maybe your computer would start suddenly speaking fluid Japanese. Surely, the language of machines, I guess. It was then that I was back to being simply gloated over malevolently. The audience and hearing was closing. That vicious pain came back, inescapable this time. Something was all wrong about this, and I said, "No, I will not be your servant. I will not be your servant at all." I cried. "Leave this space now." The pain in my head was maddening as this invisible entity latched himself onto my skull, over the crown chakra, and pressing in at the hollow at the base of the skull. I found my perceptions being poked and prodded, seeking to maximize the painful and fearful effects. I did not let my shifting perceptions affect my centered and collected core though. I sealed off my mind, a little protected kernel at the center of all the painful, fearful sensations that I was experiencing. I rode out the duration of the tryptamine flash. You cannot break my mind. I'm too powerful. I can withstand whatever you throw at me. Your mind games do not trick me at all. Again, I cried out, "I will not be a servant." The pain in my head stepped up another notch. This is sacred space and you cannot be here. This house is protected. You cannot be here. I pictured the diamond-shaped protection rune encircling the entire house, and with finality and strength in my voice, "Leave this space, now." The grip on my skull loosened and I shrugged him off. We remained hovering in the ether. I did a burning of Russian sage to clear the area, and at first my movements were shaky and hasty. I took the time to be calm and collected again, and then proceeded smoothly with the smudging. The dull pain was still there, tingling. This was one relentless little fucker. "If you try to stay," I warned him, "you have not just me to face." I was thinking of the two of my roommates particularly, male and female, and powerful. "You will not be tolerated in this space. We will throw you out, so leave now and never come back." Still spitting venom, the treaty was made. I opened the window wide to allow his passage, and watched as something I couldn't see, except as maybe a slippery, oily sheen to the air, slowly pulled up its foul tentacles, its trailing eyeballs and cytoplasmic brain netting devices, and dragged its sorry ass out of my house. That's right, bitch. Hopefully it didn't slip across the street to terrorize someone else's sleep. Shit's getting serious now, boys and girls. If I wasn't so sane, I'd think I was going mad. So be careful what you wish for. Something different. Something I hadn't seen before. Instant manifestation. I talked about this experience with one of my roommates the next day. He explained to me that any entity that shows up during a DMT experience is an entity that I have called in. They can try any trick in the book, manipulating my perceptions and emotions, trying to get me to give them power over myself. But ultimately, they have no power of their own over us, except that which we give them. Any entity that I call in must conform to my will, if asked enough times and with enough strength. This is a very good thing to know when entering DMT space. When interacting with entities on the energetic plane, there is no way for them to hide their intentions towards us. When interacting with entities on the energetic plane, there is no way for them to hide their intentions towards us. My intuition on this one went off. There was something ill-intentioned and malevolent about this entity. It is wise to trust your intuitions in cases like this. Beware the psychic vacuum cleaner. Not all entities in DMT space are friendly. I learnt a lot from this experience. It reminded me of the importance of stating my intentions very clearly and consciously before going into an experience. A conscious statement of intent serves to focus the experience, and I can rest assured that whatever I experience in the trip will be within my intent. After all this, I started specifically inviting only those entities who are friendly, helpful, benevolent, and of positive intention for the good of all beings. Thank you all for reading. So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivek. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across, because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these cozy snug sleep earbuds from Like Me really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Not only do these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code VIVEK for 10% off your order. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to Like Me for reaching out, I really appreciate it. DMT Experience Report. Feminine Orchid Being and Mantis Teacher. A post by Flexible Orbitals, posted to the DMT subreddit 5 years ago. This flash was my first and only experience I ever had since writing this post, and it happened more than a couple of years ago. It was so powerful at the time, and I continue to think about it nearly every day since then. I now figure that I may as well do a post to share it with others. Keep in mind that this report should be recognised as an attempt to describe what I experienced. An experience that goes beyond description not only because of its complexity, but its exotic relationship to our conventional understandings and use of word association. That being said, I try to be diligent in my word choice to honestly portray what I experienced in a way that is translatable to others in accordance with my memory. I'm not sure about how much I took, but a well-experienced friend of mine, who has broken through plenty of times, prepared it for me. I vaporised it out of a bong, and the substance was sandwiched between 2 beds of parsley, to receive the indirect heat of parsley versus being directly burned by the flame. Sitting on a couch in my friend's quiet and comfortable home, I was reluctant to dive in. I'd been experiencing wonderful psilocybin and LSD trips somewhat regularly during that year prior to the DMT flash, and one of the many qualities I have gained from those experiences is a deep reverence toward these substances. So much so that I really have to work up the courage to consume them and convince my body to allow it to happen. Navigating the psychedelic terrain on relatively high doses all comes down to the purity of intention and strength of mind and heart to deal well with the intensity and intricate handling of the multi-leveled dynamics of it all. As I was sitting there focusing on my breath and clearing my mind, my friend was right by my side and had the bong ready to go. After what seemed like 10 minutes of him giving me occasional words of encouragement, he said, "Oh, you're completely safe. It's okay." And I understood that to be all anyone could say, while respecting my decision process and edging me towards doing it. I sat up straight, put my hands on my knees, took one last big breath, and gave an affirmative nod to my friend. He handed me the bong and lit it for me. As I was milking my first big hit, not harsh at all, a kind of comfortable sensation began to fill my senses. After holding the hit in for 20 seconds, my friend calmly instructed me to blow it out and take another. As I blew it out and was going in for my second hit, I really was just watching my body act on its own. The physical world looked porous and felt more open. The final view of the bowl being lit by the flame looked honeycomb, with its porous qualities, and a stillness was filling me from within as I watched my body act out its function. With that hit held in, my body instinctively knew to lean back in the couch and shut my eyes. The darkness from my eyes being shut was accompanied by my mind becoming more and more quiet and calm, so much to the point where I eventually came to pure peaceful awareness, and a slight ringing sound gently rose and fell into the quiet. Those final moments of the slight flare of the ringing and my mind becoming more and more quiet was matched by light entering my vision. A single eyelid, as my two regular eyes were shut, was opening to a marbly wash of pink and blue colours, and I felt like I was laying down. My vision was coated in a seam of moisture, like the eyes of a newborn waking from sleep. I sat up on the table I was laying on, and looked out into the dome of marbly pink and blue swashing colours. I definitely felt like I was in a domed room of some kind. Then, from the other side of the room, I saw a being. The being was looking in a different direction and seemed preoccupied with an unknown minor task. After a second of me looking at her, it turned to my direction and noticed I was awake. She made a small gesture of excitement when she noticed my presence, and began bumbling towards me, in the words of Terence McKenna. She really was similar to his description of machine elves consisting of disjointed, self-dribbling bouncing ball-like ligaments, but was less machine-like, and more like an organic orb-like being of a variety of shifting colours. She moved with a disjointed sway, but with an energetic grace, coming directly toward me, like a mother to an infant. "Hi, welcome," she greeted me with love. "You're okay, it's alright." Nothing was being spoken, but it was in a telepathic language. That doesn't mean that there was just an immediate, unlinguistic understanding though, but a kind of time-based sequence of communication conveyed through emotion and meaning without the associative medium of sound as the bridgeway of communication that we typically use. There was a sweet hush to her telepathic voice, and her excitement for me being there was gentle. Perhaps that greeting was best fit for my condition entering the space. I hear it's usually more wild than that. My vision was still a bit blurry, and remained so for the duration of the trip. But it wasn't a hindrance. I could still make out a great amount of detail. A necessary amount, to say the least. When she greeted me, she was close up and was blooming expressive forms with her body connected with her language. Her morphology had characteristics that were similar to an orchid, and each of her ligaments as well as her head were like highly expressive, blooming, rotating hand gestures, mesmerizing and prone to capturing my attention. Her overall form continued to unveil greater complexities as the experience transpired. While my attention was absolutely clear during this experience so far, and I was marvelling at this beautiful and strange being with a surprisingly calm attitude, a slight shift of nervousness developed within me, and I turned my gaze toward the floor. This last detail, I think, is crucial and highly interesting. The nervousness I felt was a real response to my environment in hyperspace, and I initiated a command to my body within this hyperspace. This means that there is a dimension to it beyond mental imagery, an actual environment where a type of bodily vessel is required, and navigation within the space is possible. When I turned my gaze toward the floor and away from the feminine orchid entity, that implies there is dimensionality to this experience. This might seem obvious and trivial to some, but I am amazed by this detail. It really is a place, or seems like one to the skeptic. And yes, it all feels very, very real. After I turned my gaze toward the floor caused by my anxiousness, the orchid being moved down into my field of vision and exclaimed in her hushed tone and expressive gestures, No, it's okay. Don't worry. Look. As she said this, she was gently easing me back into my seated position and displaying what are commonly referred to as hyperdimensional toys. They were orb-like, gyrating and blooming with colour and a variety of forms. I have no idea what they are, but in the moment, they conveyed a lot of meaning related to all interconnected forms of perceivable reality, realised by my own fixated attention. They lacked a central intelligent beingness, and seemed of a less important nature than that of the orchid being or myself, which is why they came across as objects rather than beings. Oh my god, was something like I was saying to her. I remember this. Yeah, see, you remember, she exclaimed with so much joy. Oh my god, I really do remember this. Yes. This place became so familiar to me, like as if I go there every time I fall asleep or die. I remembered it so well, and as the toys continued to bloom and bloom, more of their details I began to remember more and more. I was ecstatic, filled with pure joy and love, knowing that I was completely safe, and a feeling of triumph overcame my being that I knew this was right, that my tendencies, in physical reality, toward the analysis and understanding of our world, the desire to be in touch with the common ground of all things, and the need for love and to be loving, are of my nature and are true. The nature of my being utilised this new yet very familiar realm of transforming energies as if I belonged there, and as I continued to further interact with the energy forms of this hyperdimensional object, I continued to remember that I do belong there, at least in that moment anyways. This validated my being as being tangible and purposeful. At some point within this time, a single question arose within me. The only question I asked in the whole experience. Very modestly and purely, I asked, is this a good thing? As in life itself? Of course, she said sweetly and assuredly. This is a good thing. The blooming, gyrating, colourful forms flooded my perception at this point, and so much was shown. Among the sea of details I received, I only remember some things. One of those memories is what TM described as look at this. That look at this wasn't being said by the being, but was the overall vibe emitted from these exclamatory bursts of wonder. A very particular moment I remember was when the coloured silhouette of a human body was bursting out from these blooming objects, with her hands and legs extending outwards as if embodying look at this. A message was being translated directly through this action, and that message was something to the effect of, all content of our perception longs for attention in order for it to exist, and presents itself through form by acts of highly noticeable means. Another interesting memory I have that I think is worth mentioning is the detail of the orchid being behind the displays of the hyperdimensional toys. As these different toys were placed before me, I noticed at one point that the orchid being had 4 blue arms. I didn't think anything of it then, but afterward I remembered that part and connected it with Hindu deities. What the hell? It's quite amazing. After being flooded by all of those grand feelings and visions for some time, I felt a bit disinterested. At that moment, the energetic forms diminished, and what stood before me now was a large green praying mantis entity against the familiar pink and blue marbly backdrop. I am a teacher, he greeted me in a male voice, with a wise and strong, straightforward demeanour. His arms were held out slightly to the sides of his upper torso, thorax, and he stared directly into me. Even after the sensory parade I was just a part of with the orchid's hyperdimensional toy box, I became immediately still and silent as the mantis teacher came into my vision. Ready to listen, he addressed me with little expression, but with direct knowingness and love. Match the movements of my arms, he said as he began slowly moving his arms slightly further from his thorax and back again, repeatedly. I matched his movements, which my friend later confirmed watching me move my arms with a stupidly blissful smile on my face. I was focused in meditation on his arm movements, and mine matching his until there was a raise in energy vibration, and we synced as one being. I was the mantis, and the mantis was me. You got it. You understand. The mantis, or I, confirmed. What I can roughly translate that direct understanding as is something like, the total unity of attention and the sensory field is the point of creation, and is it. I was left with a moment to sink out of the mantis being's form and have a final look at him. The DMT flash faded out from there, and I opened my eyes to find that the room had a green tinge to it. I looked at my friend, who had a small smile and his eyebrows raised, waiting for me to say something. It's perfect, I said. I know, he said back. An excited raving about how incredible it all is filled the conversation for the rest of the night. This experience completely changed my view of life and has encouraged me to pursue my interests in meditation, art, strengthening my relationships, and being a more loving and understanding person overall. Have any of you encountered the mantis teacher or had similar experiences? I'd be interested in hearing about it. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed.
Alien Abduction. A DMT trip report by Lemoyne. Posted to earwid.org October 13th, 2018. I hope that anyone that is going to experience DMT does as much research as possible. I thought in the beginning that people's accounts were exaggerated, but every single bit of this is true. I'm talking about from a light DMT buzz to an intense DMT hyperspace, and even the possibility of being transported to another realm of existence that is beyond hyperspace, and all of your most wildest dreams put together. When I first started doing DMT, it was a beautiful substance that gave me a great feeling as well as great visuals. During my first trips, I never really broke through hyperspace. I just got the light DMT buzz, which was similar to a peak of an LSD trip, though it only lasted a short while. It wasn't really until about my fourth or fifth experience of DMT I got something like hyperspace. It's where everything was just spiraling out of control, and I had the feeling that I was in some sort of different dimension entirely. I thought it was the most amazing thing in the world, and I kept going there, getting the most out of my DMT extraction. However, something was fairly odd as I progressed through new and different trips of the substance. Something else was happening. The trips were progressively getting stronger, more unique, different flavour. It wasn't until about a few days ago when I had my first trip that was different than all of the others, when I could actually see my friend morph into a reptilian. The smoke of the DMT would start to just go through me like clean air, like it was nothing at all. I could start to feel a presence as something above me, like something was trying to talk to me or connect to me. I wasn't going to hyperspace anymore when I smoked this stuff. I was talking to supernatural or extraterrestrial life forms. It wasn't until my last trip, which I'm about to tell you about, when I knew that DMT was more than just a drug, more than just a chemical. The last thoughts of my confused little mind I would like to share with you before I explain my horrific DMT trip is that I may be developing a small mental case of schizophrenia from smoking it. Schizophrenia, or I'm actually starting to see reality in a completely different perspective, and starting to truly believe that DMT is connected with aliens in a different dimension. But to be honest, I don't know what is really going on. I really don't. But just in case the aliens do come and take me away forever,
I should share my very hard to believe yet true story of my experiences with DMT. I've done LSD many times, been in the K-hole before, ventured to different worlds with various types of powerful psychedelics, and I've enjoyed most of my experiences with these substances, though, of course, had my fair share of bad ones as well. However, throughout all of my trips, I've never seen or felt anything like what DMT has done or shown me. Things have never seemed so real before. I really believe that DMT is more than just a psychedelic substance, but a key to communicating with super intelligent life forms. After the reptilian trip, I was so amazed on how crazy DMT actually was. This was around my 9th or 10th time using it, and it was by far the most intense. It wasn't until the night after when I did DMT again, and this time I was alone. I was in my room trying to fall asleep. I simply couldn't. I just couldn't stop thinking about how strange of a trip I'd experienced a few days before. I decided to play around on the internet, watch some TV, try to get the DMT off my mind the best I could. But I couldn't. It was like it was calling to me, wanting me to smoke it again. I don't really know how to explain it. Well, it was around 3 in the morning whenever I grabbed my bag and took out the DMT. I loaded a good bit of it into my oil burner, probably around 40 or 50 milligrams of the stuff. I entered my bathroom, which was quite small, but enough room for decent mobility, even though I probably wasn't going to need much of that at all. I set up the chair for me to sit on while I smoked the DMT. I was expecting a decent hyperspace from this experience, but lo and behold, instead, I got an alien abduction. Probably got about 3 really good hits in, but as soon as I set that pipe down, I was transported elsewhere. Things didn't just kind of change, kind of look different. Nah, I was transported. I wasn't in a hyperspace really, where colours were moving everywhere and forming objects. Nah, it was nothing like that. I was in some sort of spaceship compartment. A room in a spaceship. It was so real. It had to have been real. There was an electronic automatic futuristic sliding space door to the left of me, like how you see on spaceships in the movies. The walls were white, really white, exactly like the inside of a spaceship, and there was these small circle windows where I could see space and the stars outside. I was in a spaceship, travelling through space and time, and I couldn't really move. I was so shocked and so afraid. It was by far the most intense thing I've ever experienced. I could hear a bunch of aliens or something above me, talking to each other in some form of alien language. It was almost like they were observing me. You have no idea how real this felt, how afraid I was, yet utterly fascinated at the same time. I was travelling through space with these aliens for much longer than 10 minutes, I can promise you that. It was no regular DMT 5-minute hyperspace trip. This was real. It had to have been almost 15 to 20 minutes before I could actually start to move. The aliens were gone by now, or so I thought. But the area around me was still a spaceship compartment. It hadn't changed one bit. Then, I looked down at myself, my legs and arms, and they were twisting and turning, like my bones were changing into a monkey. The hair on my arms was getting thicker, and I was being transformed by the aliens themselves. I stood up and looked away from myself. I grabbed my head and closed my eyes. I simply could not believe that this was actually happening. Finally, after about 30 minutes, I was back in my bathroom, back to my world. However, the trip was not over. The aliens may have brought me back to my room, but I was still tripping hard. Everything was swirling into each other. And when I looked at myself in the mirror, my head was floating in the air, leaving my body in place. My entire stomach looked like a big swirl, and I honestly didn't know what to think. The entire trip had to have lasted for at least an hour and a half. It was so very, very strange. I had this huge mind expansion after the alien encounters. It was when I was walking around my room. It felt like LSD times a million. I thought I knew all the answers to the world, and that the aliens had taught me so much. I had actually had alien contact, and it was the craziest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. Finally, at about 6 in the morning, I was able to lay down. I went to sleep and woke up today with so much on my mind. Are aliens trying to communicate with me through DMT? Are aliens even real? Was I in a different dimension? So many thoughts were racing through my mind. I honestly don't know what to think about this whatsoever. Throughout the entire day, everything just seemed weird. I'd hear these noises above me or behind me, and look over my back to see nothing there. I don't know if I'm going crazy or what, but I do know that DMT is more than just a drug. There is a mystical meaning to it. Tonight, I may go for it again. Attempt to communicate with these aliens. I must. I might not make it back, but it's okay. Because either way, there is so much to learn from this. From insanity to super enhanced intelligence. I bless you all.
An encounter with negative entities, or dark beings. An LSD trip report by Gregory 1 from the actualize.org forum. A few weeks ago I had an intense encounter with negative entities, or dark beings. I encountered them in my 11th LSD trip, and got some insights that I think might be worth sharing with you. I hope you'll enjoy. Before I share my experience, I would like to add that there is a higher reality that encompasses everything that could ever exist. I am God, and as God, I have created everything, including all aliens that could ever influence me. Someone who wants to live in truth must understand the following. As God, you have responsibility for all experiences, including painful and traumatizing ones. You have to take full ownership of all of them. Now to my experience. Before I explain what happened to me, let me say the following. The experience I had seemed to be as real, if not realer than ordinary physical reality. Therefore, my conclusion is that this psychic attack I experienced could be shared by other humans and is as real as what we refer to as physical reality. I had my 11th LSD experience at around 300 micrograms. Usually LSD experiences for me come with great clarity. If the dose would be high enough, I would always realise my oneness with everything. Realise that I am God and that God is love. I would in great clarity understand the purpose of existence and of life. I never had any visual hallucinations, never had any disturbances, and never had any physical uncomforts or pain. This time, everything was different. I was on the edge, 1 second away from God realization, when I experienced strange words moving through my consciousness. I heard words that I did not know existed, that I have never heard. It felt like foreign voices were in my head, distracting me from realizing that I was God. It felt like somebody, or some entity was trying to manipulate my state of consciousness. I never heard any words or anything weird before when I took LSD. It seemed to me that God realization corresponds to a certain frequency of consciousness. Another frequency was interfering with my usual frequency, which was keeping me away from coming to a God frequency. I was in a state of utter confusion because my consciousness was being manipulated. It felt like I was physically being attacked, but on a consciousness level. I fought it and it realised that if I use my willpower I can still realise God. I tried to use my will, but something really frightening happened. The dark entities that tried to manipulate my consciousness were creating pain. Intense pain. Physical pain. The more truthful I became, the more transparent to God, the closer I came to seeing the truth, the more pain they would induce into my body. At a sudden point, the pain got so strong that I felt like I couldn't take it anymore. It felt like if I wouldn't stop it now, I would literally, physically die. The dark beings had shared a message with me. It was clear. They said,
"Live your life as a human being and stop looking for truth or for God, and you won't get in trouble. If you continue searching for God, life will get really, really difficult for you. We will manipulate everything in order to torture you and make you feel pain. On the other hand, if you give up, we will help you to live your ordinary life, manipulate some humans in order for you to have it easy, and you will be able to live a comfortable life, have a nice woman and a nice family. No need to worry about money, etc."
I wanted God. I wanted truth. I was strong. I said no to them. I fought back. The pain got unbearable. They took control over my body, and my body fell to the ground and twisted and curled up in pain. I gave up. I stopped looking for God and started trying to obey the aliens' will. Immediately the pain stopped. I said to the aliens, "I give up. I'll never do psychedelics again. I'll live my human life and stop asking questions. But one thing I will remember. I'll remember how weak I was. I will remember that I was weak, that I gave up, that I wasn't willing to die and to suffer for truth. I will never be arrogant again, and always try to see God in the faces of all other people in my life. Always try to see the best in them." After the trip, I realised that I made a mistake. These aliens or negative entities can only present you with illusions. The illusion they presented me with was that I could physically die. They did this by causing my body pain. However, death is impossible, since I am God. The aliens manipulated me with illusions, and I believed their illusions. Therefore, I used my own free will to serve evil, which I shouldn't have done. I should have surrendered to the pain and died, and in dying I would have realised that death is impossible, and that I am God creating myself, including the aliens. However, I gave up, and therefore didn't fully utilise this trip. What I know now is that there are negative beings or dark entities that only care for power or controlling other beings. They do so because they are detached from love and from God, and therefore their greatest fear is that other beings could realise love, could realise the holy truth of all of existence, namely the sentence, "I am God." These beings would do all in their power to stop people from realising that I am God, because once you realise that, you become all-powerful, and these beings will lose all their power. I'm sure that these negative entities were indeed aliens. I did not see them in form of physical bodies, but I felt their power and their manipulation of my consciousness. They do exist in the same way that the walls of my house exist, as part of God, as part of physical reality, and as part of consciousness. However, nothing in this existence, including consciousness manipulating aliens, can have powers over you, since you are God, the creator of even the consciousness manipulating aliens. To truly understand what it means to be God, God has to forget that he is God, and has to believe that death is a real thing, and then be willing to physically die for his highest truth. This is the reason why God even creates such awful and evil creatures. They give him the opportunity to experientially understand what it truly means to be God, and what it truly means to be good. True goodness is, if you are willing to physically die and suffer just for goodness sake. Next time I encounter aliens, I hope I will be strong enough to keep saying I love you to them. If I say it long enough until I physically die, the aliens will cease to exist, and all that remains will be God, or infinite love.
The Transport Molecule. A DMT and Salvia Divinorum trip report by David Artist 987-654-321. Posted at earwood.org June 13th, 2009. This record is an account of my first true breakthrough experience with dimethyltryptamine extracted from Mimosa hostilis root bark, aka Jerema. My first DMT extraction involved shredding 1 kilogram of the root bark in a coffee grinder, which yielded an off-pink purple mulch with fine powder collecting on the bottom. This material was basified to 12 pH using sodium hydroxide from Robic's crystal drain cleaner. Red Devil Eye had been taken off the market, and this was the only available substitute I could find. Robic appears to now be off the market as well. The bark material was allowed to sit in the solution for 10 hours. Afterwards, 5 extractions of non-polar mineral spirits were taken from the bark sodium hydroxide solution. A ratio of 1:10 of mineral spirits were added to the bark solution, then shaken vicariously for 5 minutes. The 2 layers of non-polar and polar solvent solutions were left to sit for 30 minutes to separate. After the solution was separated using a turkey baster, it was added to a large glass bowl. All 5 extractions were completed in this same procedure. Each extraction was added together, leaving me with roughly 700 to 800 milliliters of dark yellow liquid. This liquid was then added to a 1-gallon bag, and 3 to 4 times the amount in water was poured into it. The layer of non-polar solvent was then separated from the polar water solvent. A scissor was used to cut a bottom corner of the bag to allow the water layer to drain out. Just as the water finished draining, the bag was immediately placed over another glass bowl so the non-polar solvent could flow into it. This procedure was repeated 4 times to make sure all sodium hydroxide, water-soluble, was removed from the non-polar solvent. The yellow liquid material was then poured into a large glass baking pan and allowed to evaporate. After a week or so, the solvent had completely evaporated, leaving an orange lucent wax substance which, upon scraping up, yielded a light sienna-type tar. Initial trials of smoking this substance resulted in a very painful and unsettling smoke using a glass pipe. 50 milligrams or so created a definite altered state of consciousness, perception, and visual distortion. However, my lung capacity prevented me from smoking any more of this orange-brown material. I still had 4 kilograms of Mimosa hostilis bark sitting in the freezer. After my disappointing extraction results, I dismissed it as a source for crude DMT. I figured the tar may be a great substitute for drinking the foul ayahuasca tea, but was not an acceptable source of smokable DMT. The irony being, after about 1 year, I was cleaning out my freezer and stumbled upon 1 2-kilogram bags of Mimosa hostilis bark and a second bag of finely ground 2-kilogram bark. I had thought about selling it or making several ayahuasca teas, which I've never tried due to certain medications I'm taking. Either way, I figured I'd condense the solution down to something more storage friendly, or at least make a few bucks off of it. I then decided selling year-old mimosa bark isn't fair to the buyer, and decided I'd do the same extraction process I'd tried 1 year prior. I'd gone through the same exact series of extractions using the polar and non-polar separations, which I'd utilised 1 year earlier. However, I chose to evaporate the substance in a different setting. Instead of evaporating outside, I stuck the dishes in a slow ventilation area in the garage. I used 2 baking glass dishes because I had twice the mineral spirit material to work with. I basically left the dishes in those cupboards for about 2 months. I should note that during those 2 months it was the coldest time of the year between December and February. Temperatures in the garage regularly experienced highs of 50 degrees and lows of 30 degrees. I'd actually forgotten about the trays for a month when I went onto an entheogen forum and began looking into tryptamines. This jolted my memory and I remembered about the trays I had forgotten. That night, I went into the garage and pulled both trays out of the cupboard. To my surprise, I noticed white bumps scattered throughout them. They were such a pure white I almost mistook them for some sort of freak fungal infection. Upon further inspection, I noticed these bumps looked like finely defined crystalline structures. There was still liquid within the dishes, so I poured it into a glass bowl and stuck the remaining solution into the freezer for 48 hours. The white crystals were stuck to the dishes, and there were dozens of them on average the size of a penny to a quarter. These crystal structures were all circular and seemed to form in separate clumps. I scraped these up and placed them on a glass plate to dry. In the meantime, after 48 hours, I checked on the glass bowl in the freezer. Upon pulling out the bowl, I noticed an immediate fuzzy film all over the sides of the bowl where the non-polar solution was present. It looked exactly like yellow pollen with thousands of tiny yellow balls clinging to the sides of the glass dish. The remaining liquid was poured out, and this material was collected using a razor blade. This soupy, bright yellow material was then placed on a glass dish and allowed to dry. The remaining liquid was placed back into the glass dishes and allowed to evaporate outside under much faster circumstances. What I ended up with were 3 separate grades of DMT. The white crystalline bumps, as I called them, seemed to be very pure DMT. I didn't need a microscope to see the complex arrangements within the material I collected. It turned out to be several grams, which filled 3/4 of a baggie which most buttons used for clothing accessories are sold within. My theory is the slow evaporation, coupled with the numerous freezing nights, seemed to concentrate the chemicals slowly over time. It gradually precipitated out of the solution and yielded the most pure product possible. The second extract was the yellow powder which was precipitated out of the freezer technique. It was much more consistent in its distribution over the glass bowl. Instead of seeing bumps of DMT, I saw a thin 1/8 inch layer of yellow pollen type substance coat the entire bowl. This material, I should mention, was partially extracted with xylene. This is supposed to extract uramamine, or jungle DMT. This material was separated in the initial extraction phase to see if this chemical would truly be extracted. I also used mineral spirits with a couple of the pulls. I saw no reddish or other bizarre colorations with the extract, which I've read have been reported. I do believe there is some other alkaloid, possibly with MAOI characteristics, which makes the xylene extract more intense. This yellow substance proved to be a more powerful experience than the pure crystalline bumps I had discovered from the initial solution. The evaporated waxy brown orange material from the third, final extract seems to be residual alkaloids which contain some leftover DMT. I found it way too hard to smoke, and have therefore saved it in the freezer as a possible future ayahuasca analogue. The first dose of DMT I administered was the initial crystalline white substance which I gave to a co-worker. Upon initial feedback, he had stated it was very clean and visual, but would not comment further. This irritated me because I had basically used him as a guinea pig, and these were the only words he could provide on the experience. I've noticed after repeatedly smoking DMT that memory is quite fleeting and absent. It seems as though the brain cannot or does not want to process high doses of this compound. The mind seems to shut down in an attempt to possibly retain any tangible essence of accessible reality. I think the experience itself might be so profound, the brain shuts itself off in order to cope with the effects which are too intense for the normal state of consciousness to bear. It could well be a psychological barrier which the mind upholds in order to tolerate a rapidly disintegrating state of both the ego and the body. I vaguely remember my first experience with the first crystalline white DMT I had smoked. I remember uptaking the compound in around 3 large tokes out of a glass pipe. I would estimate I smoked around 60 milligrams or so of the substance. I held the lighter about 1 inch from the pipe and let it sit for 10 seconds or so. I then inhaled the vapour and repeated this practice 3 times without ever exhaling. I had held the vapour for around 40 seconds over the course of the 3 hits. I could feel the effects after roughly 20 seconds. By the exhalation of the 3rd hit, I was experiencing an incredible glowing vibration which overwhelmed my entire body. It had no reference point, and I felt as though my entire body was an integrated force. The force was emanating from the centre of my brain. I could simultaneously experience every cell within my body which seemed to originate within the top of my mind. Typing this now completely sober, I can feel the pulse of the experience emanating from my brain. Residual memory is my best guess. The imprint of the experience seems to alter the ability to remember it. The only way I can remember the experience is to recount some of its most mild and subdued effects. I think of past life regression of the consciousness. In order to articulate such a bizarre experience into words, my brain must restore itself to that point of origin. Even then, words are completely inadequate. This is what I feel distinguishes DMT from other psychedelics of which I've consumed hundreds, if not thousands of times. When I recall a memory of an acid trip, psilocybin trip, or mescaline trip, they all feel subjective and alienated from my mind. They are nothing more than remnant thoughts, proud but distant from my current conscious state of mind. They are like the alleyway of a distant, exuberant, and fascinating exploration into an inner city complex to which I do not occupy. My mind recounts the memory and experience but keeps it disconnected because it is not integrated into my everyday existence. These psychedelics are but a lone and narrow road which my psyche may pursue every once in a while on a whim. DMT is a far different beast. It is right there in my thoughts, my dreams, my reality. I feel it every second I'm alive as I'm typing this coursing through my veins. It is of me and part of me. I sense it as, and always will be, within me till the day I die and beyond. I only get this experience with the other tryptamines or phenethylamines when I consume them. They feel like a temporary portal into the astral realms of my subconscious. Whenever I think about DMT or even envision its effects on my mind, I enter a sort of binding resonance with reality. Typing this and thinking of this substance, I feel as though it is affecting me now and has always been. It's part of the complex chemical soup of my own pineal gland, per se. When I listen to my body, it tells me what the mind is too hypersensitive to understand emotionally, unless it cuts itself off from primal sensation. The pineal gland is the manufacturing centre for DMT. It occupies the most valuable real estate inside the brain around its centre. My question is, why did we evolve to protect this gland and hold it in the most sacred place within the brain? It occupies the most substantial chakra point, or crown chakra. It is right above the cerebral pineal fluid sac which surrounds the human brain, and this suggests it is in direct proximity to upload information of possible visual and psychic nature into this organ. The ancient Sumerians were aware of this gland, along with the French philosopher Descartes and the Egyptians. Many of the ancient inscriptions and cuneiforms show what looks like a pine cone adorning scepters and other religious and sacred objects. They understood the pinecone pineal gland was the vessel into incredible spiritual revelations and knowledge. Reality, for me, is nothing more than concentrated energy, condensed down to a specific third-dimensional vibration at an extremely slow rate. When I focus hard enough, I feel this vibration. It is most prominent when under altered states of consciousness. Under this mild, focused awareness, I feel what my body truly is and always was. Surprisingly, it feels like a weak DMT trip within a competent and coherent state of mind. A constant vibrational glow within my physical body at probably slightly above my heart rate. This beat probably corresponds with the Schumann frequency. My body beats at the same resonance as the Earth's. I feel this when I'm having deep thoughts about my experiences of DMT under extreme meditation. When I imagine its presence over my psyche, then I begin to feel the greater sense that I am just a beat or pulse within a greater planetary organism. The feeling is so completely organic and fluid, I almost have panic attacks at times, as though my heart is beating rhythmically with a force out of my control. This pales in comparison to the yellow powdered freezer precipitated DMT I smoked. That experience was much more profound and terrifying. The irony being the terror tantalized me, making me titillated and disturbed. The substantial thing is, I remember every single aspect in specific detail. It is more vivid than my most vivid memories of my entire 27 years of life on this planet. My first sexual encounter, my childhood trauma of being lost in Disneyland, California for 12 hours, terrorized by costumed Mickey Mouse and Goofy, and even my first experience waking up from a 2-day coma of GHB overdose, which I recovered from after my vitals flatlined. The experience I had is the most vivid memory I have ever had in my entire life. It is more real than this reality, so pristine in all aspects that I know it was real, not of this dimension, though, within that plane, but of another higher 4-dimensional place. This place was so vivid I know without a doubt I could not have been a hallucination or vision of sorts, unless the very nature of the reality I've spent my entire life is a perpetual hallucination or vision. This current and physical reality feels more synthetic than the chemically intertwined oneness DMT took me into within 5 minutes. In that span of time I entered a plane of space which was so foreign and alien to my existence, it destroyed my faith in the very material existence of this reality. It also had detrimental consequences on my belief in death and birth, which at that time, simultaneously, occurred in the same space. This showed me there is no birth and no death. It is the illusion of this subjective perception of the whole consciousness creating a new memory for itself. Think about any memory you've ever had. It starts and it ends very abruptly after only a matter of seconds. This is the microcosm of a fleeting experience juxtaposed onto the greater movie, which is the story of your life. All we see is the movie in action. We're never aware of what happens before or afterward in this realm. We don't anticipate the planning, the script being written, the actors being cast. We don't foreshadow the credits roll because we simply turn off the TV prior. We don't ask why the set is disassembled, the costumes auctioned off, the copyrights challenged in court. We only see the parts that we want to see. These parts are recorded in a montage fashion over the span and course of our waking reality. That description is the difference between this reality and the reality of DMT. It shows me the past, present, and future simultaneously in one conscious state. This is about the simplest way I can articulate what I think this compound does and is capable of on the mind. Transporting consciousness to a state of omnipresence, which our primal brain is simply too preoccupied with the present to assimilate. I don't want to provide the impression that I'm enlightened or endowed with esoteric knowledge the general populace is lacking, because, well, I'm not. I'm a polysubstance abuser, an alcoholic, sufferer from ADHD and chronic depression. I am far, far from enlightened. And that is the magic of DMT. I don't have to be endowed with talents beyond the normal scope of humanity. I don't need to have mastered Ayurvedic or Vedic forms of meditation. I care little for purity or yoga. I tried them, but I simply found I love to endure pain. I've always been attracted to bodybuilding, a great euphemism for life. I destroy my body only to build it up stronger than it was before. I love pain because I feel that through this venture, only there can I grow. The Roman Empire's debauched hedonism has shown the excesses of pleasure leads to spiritual downfall. DMT is a painful experience in very high doses. It, or any other psychedelics, are not meant for most of the population, as Huxley warned. Leary made the mistake of hoping the greater populace would see some relevance to these substances without understanding humanity has an innate and outright detesting of the unknown. DMT is the ultimate unknown, and perhaps understandably the most cautious psychedelic which one should approach. In many respects, I am glad this substance is scheduled because I do not feel most of humanity is ready to allow their brain to accept an experience so outside of their immediate surroundings. The majority of humanity is simply not ready for this experience. This is why I feel it must be left in the hands of the brave and adventurous beings who are willing to risk their own sanity in order to explore the ultimate unknown, the human brain, or what we would call psychonauts. I prefer Huxley's mentality in that psychedelics should be reserved for a select few, but who decides that curriculum, standard, and access? I believe these few discovered this on their own because something has always driven them to this information. They've always known these entheogens were meant to lead them to something beyond themselves. This is precisely why I'm here typing this information for you to read. The curiosity which has brought you to this information is a testament to your willingness to attempt to understand these alternate realities. The other route is Leary, whose blatant publication of this alternative psychotropic medication helped inhibit psychiatric research of entheogen back by decades. Advocating mass use of such powerful tools is, well, in my opinion, incredibly foolish, and I find premature coming from an MD who was caught up in the wave of popularity he had received from his association with these compounds. His ego destroyed psychedelics in mainstream research. This is why they are chemically designed to destroy the ego, to prevent mass human awareness of their eye-opening properties. From personal observation, most of us are not physiologically hardwired or capable to cope with the changes these substances induce within us. I theorize these plant alkaloid compositions are a deterrent to animals developing higher organized states. In these states, these animals possess greater potential to destroy the plant in question. Keep the animal disoriented and confused, and it will not desire to pass the information to its siblings. Alkaloids are a defense mechanism simultaneously terrifying and expanding reality. To most animals, this would be perceived as a toxin within the brain, with no benefit to their immediate survival. Hence, the plant is saved from being eaten and preserves itself in order to reproduce. Why then do humans consciously consume the toxic plants other animals disregard? The more one advocates and ordains these chemical godheads, the more it fuels the ego. This is most prevalent in Western society, where such chemicals give the distributor a sense of superiority by having access to a divine substance which only a few are granted. This is the trick organized religion has used for thousands of years. Its controllers profess to contain a knowledge and wisdom from an external source, usually God, which gives these priests, bishops, and shamans spiritual control over the population. Yes, primitive shamans are just a prototype of bishops, priests, and disciples which Western society adopted without the heavy cultural indoctrination of psychedelic compounds. Shamans, along with priests and religious leaders, fall into the trap of ego. This is why I feel these plants place a premium on debilitating that aspect of the human mind. The ego is what influences these teachers to withhold the knowledge and hoard it for themselves. They pass it down selectively to only a few who they feel worthy enough to possess it. This is the ego in motion. These elitists are revered and worshipped for this wisdom and held in elevated status. They use these substances to wow their populations. If one wishes to understand this very simply, then ask the question, who benefits? When one asks this question, he, she, will see very clearly who has profited from the circumstances I have described. Priests are the updated shamans of the modern world. They are there to impress their followers with the possibility of access to greater truth and knowledge. In return, they receive money, adoration, and power. As long as they tightly hold on to this knowledge, they have no fear in it reaching the masses. This is the detriment the ego has caused in our culture and its access to higher spiritual truths. These spiritual keepers hold the highest status and prestige of the group they occupy, containing knowledge and insight denied to the general populace. This is, say, akin to the highest degrees of the Freemasons, who have restrained the knowledge of ancient levitation, occult ritual magic, and esoteric wisdom. This wisdom held desperately because the few in power use the many followers' ignorance to glorify and exonerate their status at the expense of their sheep's lack of hindsight. The wolf is always herding his flock inevitably into slaughter. What I personally find interesting about DMT is its ability to completely shatter my sense of ego and any feelings of superiority, be it intellectual or physical, I may think I possess. No other entheogen has done this and told me in ways I don't understand that I am not what I think I am or ever was. Other chemicals may take me into another dimension of reality, but never take me to another reality. This is exactly what is happening to my psyche while on DMT versus other entheogens. They take my ego to another plane where, to the outsider, it seems limited, but is merely bypassed. DMT takes my ego to another place so foreign and alien in nature it ceases to exist in this dimension altogether. Such a shattering event occurs over the course of less than 5 minutes before I'm back within the place from which I left. For reference purposes, I'll describe the only other substances which has created ego death to such a drastic degree as DMT, and it is Salvia Divinorum or Divinus Sage. Personally, I disregard salvia and have never found any spiritual or transcendent tangible benefit from the several times I've smoked it. It feels alien, similar to DMT but not integrated into my being. It has the same sterility and muteness feeling I get from DMT, but it lacks a sense of the only word I can describe as a soul. Whereas DMT feels cosmic and infinite, salvia feels personal, internal, and entrapping to my consciousness's point of reference. The intensity and duration of DMT and salvia are both startlingly similar. Both begin within 20 to 30 seconds, and effects end completely within 15 minutes. Both are profound, and easily the two most intense experiences that I've ever had in my life. They actually seem to replicate the same alien plane of existence, however, the effects are drastically different from one another. At 1 minute into both experiences, I lose complete control over my body. Time has no meaning, or ever did. I could be dead or living and it wouldn't matter because those states of being hold no real effect over the conscious state which my mind is occupying. I believe it is this point my consciousness has left the third-dimensional dense space and accessed a lighter fourth-dimensional realm. Here, anything goes, and nothing in the context of this third-dimensional space holds any relevance. It's gone. There is no physical body, as there is no need for one. Consciousness doesn't seem to need a body. In this state, the body was merely a vessel to experience the consciousness which was always pervasive in all things. This is right where the similarities completely end, though. DMT connects me with an all-encompassing force which is present in all matter within the universe. I am one with the infinite, the cosmic consciousness of a dozen different dimensions which all exist simultaneously. The salvia experience is most similar to a blackout of my consciousness. I go deep within my most primordial state. My mind is not able to articulate any point of reference to this reality, yet all of my motor skills are fully intact. I know this happens to most people that smoke salvia because I've watched hundreds of videos of kids trying it on YouTube. About 30 seconds in, I can see the point where these people stop laughing and hit that alternate reality. In this state, they cannot express it, but they are usually terrified, confused, and gripped with emotion which the body cannot and doesn't externally demonstrate to the observer. I believe much of this has to do with setting, as salvia is often a first and only time occurrence due to the experience it generates. What I find unsettling about salvia is it seems to take any remnant of whatever consciousness I can make reference of and unzip it. My mind is torn in two separate places as the drug takes it one direction, but my mind wants to go in the other. It's an utter contradiction of planes of my psyche, and I call it the zipper effect. I am unzipped and splitting apart, being pulled instantly in two separate directions without any control. I wouldn't mind this state of being if I felt as though I somehow benefited from it or utilized it. Maybe it's just me, but I can never seem to feel as though this introspective substance is connecting me to anything meaningful or psychologically usable. I believe salvia and DMT are accessing the same dimensional space. The salvia taking me to an infinite introspective collapse of the ego and reality where I am self-contained. The DMT taking me to infinite cosmic possibility where I'm integrated into all matter and am all matter within the universe simultaneously. The micro and the macro expressing themselves in different conscious states, yet always of the same source. I think my primitive mammalian brain is more attracted to the DMT because of its constant role in human metabolism and biological function. The brain craves this substance, which interestingly is one of the only to be uptaken so readily by the cerebral pineal fluid of the blood-brain barrier, much more easily than complex carbohydrates or proteins which must be broken down into glucose for the brain to utilize their properties. Salvia is not an alkaloid, and is not as easily recognizable by the human body. This is why I believe I have a dislike of the substance. My brain seems to utilize DMT because it knows through millions of years of evolution how to best incorporate it into my mind and my body. The salvia is foreign and new, a novelty. Perhaps through the same evolutionary process it too will generate the missing link to the subconscious. I theorize the human brain isn't yet fully integrated within the individuality of conscious thought it occupies to understand the extreme interpersonal plane that salvia invokes. We are social animals, bound and interconnected with other members of our species. We have never been alone, isolated and ostracized to the point where one can evolve long enough to deprive itself of the collective herd. It is impossible to understand conscious singularity because, as social primates, we will always depend on other animals of the same species in order to survive. This is why I feel salvia is inaccessible in the current human state. We're not quite ready to leave any and all reference or attachment to the collective consciousness which binds all of us together. We are essentially a Borg mind, 100th monkey effect in full force, and always have been to further the evolution of our species. Our planet is within its current state of disarray, chaos, and schizogenesis due to the collective state humanity has created. The DMT is the embodiment of collective consciousness. It destroys my ego, so that I can see the destruction my ego has caused upon myself and others. It is built-in hardware within the human pineal gland, tissue and blood, designed for what I feel is to destroy ego and connect us in a state of being where we are not influenced by crude emotional states, cultural biases, and petty selfish gains. This is why I believe the drug is so sterile and neutral in nature. It doesn't sugarcoat things with an amphetamine high like the phenethylamine mescaline, nor does it dilute and denigrate the nervous system, as does the debilitating effects of alcohol. In the end, this stuff is a conduit into God consciousness. The irony being that state has always been here, always was here, always will be here. We are simply too preoccupied with our minuscule and trivial pursuits to acknowledge it. We are the ones we were waiting for. I'm using salvia here as a reference material because it is far more prevalent and accessible in its current legal state than DMT. More readers than not have probably encountered salvia, but not DMT. Therefore, I felt the description of its similarity to DMT may familiarise one with what they may possibly expect from DMT in terms of magnitude, duration, and intensity. At this point, I should discuss the breakthrough experience that I had. Well, I have no recollection of the day or time of this event. Those facts feel irrelevant to what I encountered during that brief 10-minute period. I wish I could accurately provide a date and time in order to sequentially document this event more accurately. For myself, the experience is so profound and overwhelming that it is impossible for me to collect my thoughts into a cohesive state shortly after the event had subsided. I need months to process the experience and gather innate data which the DMT is feeding my body. I can feel minimal amounts of DMT activating throughout my body at this very moment. The memory of the intense experience lingers. It never leaves the back of my mind. It doesn't feel proper to attempt to define the most profound experience of my life within hours of when it happened. From a scientific standpoint, this is the most relevant approach to documenting the effects of DMT. From a physiological and psychological standpoint, it's very premature and the experience is shortchanged by the immediate effects versus the longer-standing repercussions. I feel as though I am denying myself and others the full magnitude of the DMT experience by pigeonholing it down to a time and place. This feels irrelevant in the greater scheme of the chemical and its role within the human body. It is always with me and always will be with me. What I chronicle is merely a peak release of this compound which I have coordinated in order for it to direct me to a state of consciousness I need at that time and space. I don't smoke DMT on a whim. It tells my body and my brain when I need to smoke it. I don't feel as though I control when, how, or why I need to smoke an incredibly powerful, disturbing, and outright shattering experience. In fact, most of my very neutral DMT experiences are bordering on unpleasant. The realm I am taken to is so outside of the jurisdiction and imagination of my conscious brain, it is downright terrifying yet complete nirvana at the same simultaneous moment. Such a foreign place is not dared treaded upon without a degree of psychological preparation. This is why salvia is usually a one-hit wonder for most people. They can't fathom the place, assimilate it, and interpret it with their current conscious state without deep preparation and forewarning. Going from here to there in 20 seconds, it's too much for most people, and they will instinctively resist rather than embrace and let themselves go into this experience. So, anyways, onto the trip, or whatever one wants to call it. It was no trip, mind you. I actually hate that term. Yet, it is so accessible and immediately identifiable, I need to use it to create a reference point. But it was more a journey. A trip is short and ends abruptly in the schism of the relevance of time. A trip could be 1 hour or 20 hours. Every other psychedelic experience I've used is a trip, because of these traits. DMT is not a trip, but a journey. It lasts less than any other entheogen I've ever encountered, but takes me to a place through a cosmic forest of thoughts and ideas over the longest duration I can fathom. I go to a timeless place without any reference to any time or physical sensation. I don't exist. I am merely consciousness expressing itself in the most primal state identifiable by the brain's ability to detect it. What I recall is the recollection of a meaningless night, time and place. It is to the best of my memory and ability the account of the DMT experience I had that night. The settings were familiar and felt completely reassuring within my surroundings. There was no sense of fear or hesitation within this chemical being for which I was about to envelop, and I loaded around 60 to 80 milligrams of the yellowish DMT extract which was partially obtained using xylene. I've heard this substance extracts a form of DMT which is very negative in nature. I don't feel that sense. It has more to do with the situation, setting and expectations and the actual chemical makeup, which is simply a byproduct of the experience itself as a precursor, which is only realised after the entire experience has occurred. After the substance was loaded into the glass pipe, I took a blowtorch and held it roughly 2 inches away from the glass pipe. I lit the flame, then slowly let the spiralling smoke swirl around within the glass pipe. I used my index finger to close off the top chamber hole to allow the smoke to concentrate. After around 30 seconds I began to slowly inhale the substance into my lungs. During this entire time the lighter was continually burning and the substance was continually vaporizing into smoke. Within one long 30-second hit I managed to consume the entire amount of DMT. It was held in my lungs for another 30 seconds or so before I exhaled. Before I let the chemical out of my lungs, I began to feel the effects. An immediate sense of disorientation clouded my conscious state, and I was instantly inundated with thoughts of panic and anxiety. This feeling seemed to be a natural response to the profound changes which were rapidly organising within my peripheral view. Before I could think another thought, my brain was blasted with intense clarity. Rich reds and warm spectrum colours exploded into my view. I saw all matter as nothing more than an atomic reddish field of wild vibration, which was pulsing within everything that my eyes could absorb. Reality was a vibrating pulsation of bead-type atoms, almost like the static on a channel-less television screen. I saw everything for what it truly was. Everything in matter became nothing more than a pulsing vibration collection of trillions of circles making up this reality. Reality became an illusion as though my body felt distance from any reference to it. Reality was just a pulse within the cosmic vibration of the infinite cosmic consciousness. I was that cosmic consciousness, and it began to dissolve my physical body and ego simultaneously. I felt the dissolution from my body was necessary to provide my consciousness with the capacity to enter hyperdimensional space. I was beginning to lose the ability to control my arms and legs. They felt like silly putty as they squirmed around like an octopus recoiling while trying to reassure itself that it still possessed the instinctual ability to move. An immediate detachment of my body was stirring within my mind. It wanted to keep itself aligned with anything with which it could recognize, but it could not. I wanted to stay in the locality within my physical body. When I say I, what I mean is the consciousness that expresses itself within my body. Leaving this hive consciousness which my brain had been so accustomed to was frightening. At this point, I was catapulted out of this reality and dimensional plane. There was a simultaneous blackout which probably lasted more than a split second in real time. It felt as though it had occurred over several minutes. The events above happened over what I would guess were 30 seconds to 1 minute. Immediately, I was now in a new hive mind which felt more real than anything I've ever felt in this reality. My vocabulary and articulation are obviously severely lacking to accurately describe the next transpiring of events. I cannot verbalize it using any vocabulary known to man. No word can provide or define what I went through. I will say though that it was the most real experience I've ever had in my entire 27 years of conscious thought. The reason being, none of it was verbal. Everything was visual. All communication visual. All thought visual. Everything was visual, as it felt to be the most efficient and least misinterpreted means of experience and communication in this very place. I now know why millions of people have extraterrestrial abductions. I know for a fact many of these people are having these abductions. The thing is, their body never leaves this reality in order to have those experiences. Their consciousness is being absorbed by extra-dimensional beings. Now, I must say, I'm not talking Terence McKenna style jeweled elves bumping around squeamishly. The beings that I contacted were far more earnest, sterile, and objective. To such a degree, they are the embodiment of science in its physical manifestation of laws, discourse, control, and theoretical ideology. I was a lab rat on a silver, luminous table observed by these completely neutral beings. Basically, I had been transported from my physical third-dimensional body and simultaneously placed into a bizarre, fourth-dimensional headspace. I had no body in this realm. I was an etheric being lying down on a table. My body was a translucent, as if a form of penetrating light per se, through the skin, displaying every skeletal structure, blood vessel, and cell within my body. This was all light, illuminating itself, and manifesting into what my detached brain must have generated as a holographic human body. My brain was still there. It was simply connected to another place through the DMT molecule. This connection of an unidentifiable alien state is the source for such confusion, which my brain could not clarify into anything remotely recognizable. I specifically remember these three beings as though I was looking at them before this computer screen. It is as if they are a part of me, a part I don't understand or can connect with because, well, they occupy a place I cannot normally feel, see, or detect. I felt so trapped at this point. How on earth are these beings here around me and everyone else, and nobody has any sense of their presence besides me? What I'm guessing is these beings are operating on a different frequency than our own. We've got hundreds of radio stations penetrating the sky, but only hear one station at a time. DMT is like an antenna, which attracts other dimensions and draws them to this one, thus allowing the individual to access and tune in to these frequencies, which were otherwise scrambled and not able to be processed by the brain. These beings spoke to me telepathically. When I state telepathic, I mean whatever they wanted me to know, they gave it to me. It wasn't like a beam or thought within the mind. I simply knew what they wanted me to know without seeing or thinking anything. It was an emotional state in which I could feel what they wanted to tell me. Through their instant transmission, I knew exactly what they wanted and required of me. It was so much more efficient and straightforward than verbal communication. Feeling evoked immediate internal communication and knowledge. I simultaneously knew what, who, and why they and I were there. They directed thoughts through feelings into my mind, which I would immediately recognize. This didn't require any philosophical or intellectual decoding or interpretation. I simply knew exactly what they were thinking because they could somehow transfer their intentions through imagery which I couldn't see, but directly felt. I remember exactly to the very finest detail what these beings looked like in physicality. The environment itself felt like something straight out of Ridley Scott's Alien. There was a bizarre static type environment with predominant browns, blacks, and greys. It felt very organic with interconnecting insectoid coils and worm-like tubing network lining the walls and background. It seemed to be a ship or interstellar vessel. I was in a circular room which was occupied by three beings, which were standing in front of me. They were overlooking my etheric body, which was laid upright onto a silver elongated slab. These entities were very skinny. Their body I recall vaguely because I was too preoccupied with their face. It was blackish, as if they were wearing a black jumpsuit, all-encompassing, covering themselves. The face was the most disturbing aspect. All three had this grey metallic face to them. They were nothing like the Zeta Reticulan alien greys with large black almond eyes many people describe, although I could see how the two entities could be mistaken by a person in such a frightened state. Their face was smooth, grey and metallic. They had no eyes, ears or mouth. The face was one complete solid vessel. I felt as though it was a mask of some type. It was as if they were using a certain costume and mask in which I could identify while denying their true nature from my vision. Their metallic mask had subtle features imprinted within it. There were what appeared residual elements of a stubby nose, the inlay of what once was eyes, and small slits which resembled babies' lips. I felt as though these beings had evolved so drastically they no longer had any need for the five senses. They no longer needed eyes, ears, lips, etc. to express themselves. They were expression personified in my own thought of what I visualized they were physically. Everything they did or said was by vibration and emotion, in the only way I could seem to understand it. They were the Greys as many people have described, but they were not aliens and they were not insectoid. These elements were simply infused into the environment, which gave the impression that these beings possessed those traits. These beings were me, in a different space, in a different dimension. The alien nature of the circumstances initially prevented me from realizing this. I felt as though I was from one radio station and they from another. The DMT, therefore, must be the antenna connecting different aspects of the same consciousness. These stations can communicate by crossing paths and sharing data from different dimensional frequencies. This may sound delusional, but this reality we live in, well, this is the true delusion. The Matrix is real, but our bodies are being used as a vessel to experience third-dimensional space. This third-dimensional information is then uploaded by other dimensional beings who cannot experience this one. Now, I only know this because the DMT told me and quite blatantly showed me how this process works. Before my very own trips of DMT, I would have thought this information was coming from a psychotic schizophrenic. I now know better. I remember what they had constantly expressed almost a dozen times over the course of the consolidation process. I say consolidation because these beings were me in another dimension. I cannot express this point more clearly. They cared not for how I got there or why I was there. So they simply knew I was coming and anticipated my arrival. It is as if they were a more advanced part of myself, which I was completely ignorant of knowing. I was them, and they were me. I was like the reptilian brain that they were studying from the distant recesses of their own. They, themselves, even though they are me, in a higher sense, were like the more evolved neocortex attempting to understand the lizard brain. I believe this alternative realm feels very reptilian and insectoid in nature. It feels this way because we are accessing a dimension which displays the information these beings wish to take from us. They appear this way, look this way, and behave in this way. They need to acquire this reptilian form in order to access the information they take from our psyche. They are visible as a mirror reflection of what they are seeking, just as I am accessing a mirror reflection of the higher dimensional state which I am seeking. This knowledge transfer feels like the way in which they can de-evolve to become like me, and I can evolve to become like them. It is as if they and I are both assimilating and experiencing a distant past and future of ourselves simultaneously in order to better integrate the two. They and I both wanted to have a mutual exchange. I felt as though the trauma I experienced was far less severe than what they had. I believe this is why so many people have negative extraterrestrial experiences. They feel as though these beings are taking something from them and not returning it. I believe this is true to an extent. When I was sitting in that chair, these beings downloaded me. When you think about it, the Matrix is completely real, only much more etheric and less mechanized than Hollywood would have you believe. These 3 beings downloaded me, took my consciousness, and Xeroxed it, storing it into an essence with which I felt they could somehow benefit from this information in the future. They copied my life memories, experiences, and dreams, then stored this information in order to get high from it, and experience it much like I utilize DMT to get high. It's so bizarre, yet so true. My memories are a portal gateway from which DMT transmits them to these beings. They then utilize these fragments into knowledge in order to get high by assimilating the information the DMT is feeding them. This is the same process occurring within me as their knowledge infuses itself into me, getting me high with the same data transmitted in a different dimension and state. To put it quite blatantly, it is a spiritual mind orgy of energy. The perceived negativity I felt lies within the fact that I knew they took more from me than they gave to me. When I was downloaded, I squirmed in my chair. I could feel an invisible force penetrate my body and my mind, and this force pulled my essence into a place which appeared higher and less dense than my own. They beamed me, probed me, and copied me, and yet I never left that chair. These events all occurred from an invisible force. There was no "beam me up, Scotty," computer-generated particles. It was all simultaneous without any visual sense of its presence. This experience was rapid because it was happening on the tail end of the peak of the experience. These beings knew they did not have much time, and I felt an urgency within their discourse. At the point I was squirming, I actually felt my body again. The peak was waning after the 5-minute mark, and I then rapidly descended back into my body as my consciousness began to fill out the various portions of it. I first felt my brain and its awareness of the current surroundings. This awareness then spread down into the center of my body and proceeded toward my arms, then legs. I rapidly felt a descent back into current consciousness. There was no tunnel or white light or anything of that nature though. I was just simultaneously brought back to this dimensional state in the same simultaneous manner that I had left it. Intense distortions of space and time were present. No true hallucinations after this point were experienced though. In fact, the only true hallucinations I've ever had are under the effects of DMT. I've heard atropine or datura-based alkaloids can cause this, but these seem most accurately a delirium state, and not a true alternate dimensional plane. After about 5 to 10 minutes of experiencing what I would describe as a peak 1000 microgram acid type 100 milligram psilocybin combo trip, I was back to complete baseline. Now I could describe the effects outside of the peak, but they feel like any other tryptamine-based hallucinogen in high doses. My interest is in the extra-dimensional states with which the consciousness seems to direct itself. If I were to look at myself from the DMT hyperdimensional state, I would be very disturbed. The trauma of entering the DMT plane is far less excruciating than leaving it. This is probably why many people who experience a sublime, heaven-like near-death state don't want to come back from it. Because after experiencing the most brilliant aspects of DMT hyperspace, this third-dimensional reality seems very primitive, traumatizing, and incredibly unnerving, given the atrocities the psyche knows exists within it. I feel like DMT is the reason I have sought out alternate dimensions in the first place. I find this current reality to be a very schizophrenic one. In this place, everything is chaotic, wrong, and wicked. Where the most corrupt and narcissistic individuals make the most money, rule the most territory, and control the greatest spiritual knowledge. Where religious and shamanic priests herd their subjects in perpetually mundane and spiritually fetal existence. And where finance governs the social interest of the masses while disregarding ethical integrity, all in the name of personal profiteering. Oh my god. I hate this place because I know that once I'm coming down from DMT, I'm back within my own selfish, corrupt, and decadent actions. The DMT shows me my deficiencies in a blatantly neutral and simple fashion. Much like its incredibly simple chemical compilation within the human mind, it tells me that I am part of what has created the very fabric of reality within which I occupy. Instinctually, I actually know this, but the DMT shows me this through providing me with nirvana and then letting me materialize back into this awful place. When I'm back here, I became part of the collective consciousness that is the human race. I look at the very state of this reality I've helped generate. The very place I occupy, I have collectively created with my fellow humans, and for this, I am deeply disappointed with myself and others. We have so much potential which has been circumvented by selfish interest. Humanity simply doesn't care about spirituality anymore. It doesn't want to have these experiences. It only wants what instantly impacts for its own physical gain. What this shows me is a warning to the Homo sapien species. This entity must learn to reconnect with itself with the organic, or it is doomed to self-destruction through artificially integrated expression. This artificial expression is the next step in evolution physically. What we will lose in the process is the very nature of our organic soul, if you will. It will be lost among implants, cybernetic grafts, and RFID integration. And this will all happen because of the ego and its persistence to revel in its own brilliance. My ultimate theory is that DMT is a transport molecule, which periodically impacts a few individuals experiencing its profound revelations. Through it, I see who and what I really am. It gives me all the means by which to understand my higher spiritual self. It is integral to my being because it governs the very nature of my brain's impulses on a minute vibration. Humanity must realize the reality it occupies is nothing more than a conglomeration of individual consciousness expressing itself on a subjective basis. This is the beauty of DMT. What it has told me is that we are all one. It displays itself in plants, animals, and fungi to demonstrate it is all-pervasive and all-encompassing. This substance is the binding force which links all elements of this reality together. It shows me I am not the ultimate egocentric being that I think I am. I am just a piece of a greater cosmic brain. I am a thought within the singularity that is God. DMT is my ethereal connection to God through a simplistic chemical transportation outlet. So, in summary, DMT is a portal into God consciousness, an etheric highway grid where conscious thought, ideas, and wisdom freely traverses in order to better evolve the all-pervasive essence, which is everything. This is the most simplistic and accurate depiction I have ever conceived when trying to attempt to understand who, what, and where I am. This experience was so profound, I remember it cosmosecond by cosmosecond, like the instant I was born. The next closest memory I have is my first sexual encounter at 17 years old, which genuinely is quite fuzzy and only contains minute by minute bits and pieces. That is the very effect this experience had on me and my consciousness. I just started reading Rick Strassman's DMT, the Spirit Molecule. It's profound that Western science is starting to discover what I feel DMT has been telling me and guiding me towards since conception all along. This shows how the patrilineal religions which have destroyed and dominated Western beliefs and conscious expansion are beginning to disintegrate. Although I have to disagree with Rick Strassman in regards to referencing DMT as a spirit molecule, as from my experience it is not a spirit molecule. DMT is the transport molecule. The spirit is and always was there because it is all things in all dimensions simultaneously. DMT allows the subjective elements of spirit to enter physical form at roughly 49 days after conception. You and I are those subjective elements of the omnipresence which is all things. We come here to experience. At the moment of death, DMT allows for our part of spirit to leave this dimension and reintegrate with the collective whole. All of the memory, thoughts, and life we lived are brought with the spirit as it adds to the God consciousness. This, my friends, this is evolution, not on a physical scale, but on an etheric, spiritual one. This report is a tribute to what my most startling DMT trip created within my mind. It shook me so hard and swayed me so much. I know that DMT is the doorway to God. I theorize this is why so much of organized religion believes God is with us, around us, envelops us, and will always be with us. And is us. This is DMT, a portal or bridgeway from God to God, they to you, and I. We are all the subjective thoughts of the God singularity which pervades all matter, and DMT has shown me this. It's simply that God hasn't quite figured out how to integrate its subjective thoughts in order to link all of the various dimensions it occupies. DMT is a tool to help connect these places though. And this is what makes it what I refer to as a transport molecule, found within us, outside of us, and beyond us. I now know this reality is but a dream of the divine being from which my thoughts are registering in physical space. All of this is a complete and utter illusion. We collectively create this illusion, and we create the very reality of the illusion within which we live. If I were to summarize everything I explained in this report, it would come down to this one sentence. You are the one you have been waiting for. You are everything that is, and always will, make possible.
Christ, Heal Thyself. A 5-MeO-DIPT, mushrooms and cannabis trip report by Way. Posted at earwid.org December 5th, 2002. Friday, November 29th, 2002, 11. Set the day after Thanksgiving. I fasted on Thanksgiving in remembrance of all the millions of beings slaughtered by an uncaring populace just for this day. I've been thinking about what it means to be thankful and how all the different facets of my life, like anarchism, veganism and psychedelics, are all interconnected. I'm taking the Foxy and Shroom combination in hopes of a more holistic mind and body trip. I find the Foxy very recreational and body-centered. I'm hoping this will be augmented with the mental and entheogenic effects of the mushrooms. R is with me and is taking just the Foxy, since it's a new combination for us. I've been sick with bronchitis and an infected nipple for a while now, and I just hope I can effect some shamanistic healing upon myself. At this time, I'm taking daily multivitamins, B12 supplements, I'm vegetarian, yohimbe extract, ginkgo biloba, and depakote, valproic acid. Setting. I thought of trying this combination about a week and a half before I actually got the chance, and was quite excited about its possibilities. We are tripping at R's house, our usual indoor trip pad. Unfortunately, it's a bit cold to go camping. It was a mild, if a bit brisk, overcast fall day. Report. To start off and get into a nice relaxed mood, we smoked a couple of bowls of cannabis. Then, we each took our Foxy. I had my 5 gel cubes and I had a veggie cap he'd filled with an eyeballed, yes, we know, irresponsible, amount. He then went to take a bath so he'd feel nice and clean for the trip to come. I was planning on waiting until I felt an alert from the Foxy before I took the mushrooms, but I decided I didn't care if they came on first, and so took them soon after R left to take a bath. I smoked some more cannabis while I was all alone by myself as well. T plus 30 minutes. By the time R came back to the room, I was already starting to trip from the mushrooms. Around this time, my memory gets a little fuzzy for a bit. I remember we were on the bed talking. I remember having some strange visual disturbances during this time if I misfocused my eyes. The light walls would turn dark and other effects would ensue. They remind me most of when I let my eyes misfocus while looking at the mirror, or the visuals I got from Syrian Rue, mostly black and white, dealing with contrast. I remember R's face looking like my stepsister's face. R wasn't at the level he wanted to be at, so I got him the last 3 gel cubes of Foxy, approximately 12 milligrams, as a booster. I remember being really drowsy and confused, i.e. just getting to the peak. I remember missing my girlfriend. I remember having weird thoughts and not being able to interact with R. When he held my hand with his, I felt really weird, and the mushrooms told me it was time to go, be by myself, as they often do. T plus 45 minutes. So here's when I leave to go get in the spa. I found some towels and undertook the task of preparing the spa. It was slightly difficult, as I was already tripping, but I managed it fairly well in the end. I had to turn up the temperature because I'd forgotten to the night before. It was only at 97 degrees Fahrenheit, and I like it up at 104 degrees. I got in anyways. It was still much warmer than the outside, even if not as blistering as I usually like it. As I was in there, it got warmer and warmer. By the time I got out, it was up to 103 degrees. When I first got in, I was just thinking about getting warmer, as tryptamines often make me feel cold. I was also trying to not get my long hair wet, as I just washed it the day before and it was all nice. However, as soon as I was tripping so hard, I just couldn't help myself. I wanted in so bad and had to totally immerse myself. I did 1 round of hypoxia in the spa, but then I thought better of it. Even though I've done it before on mushrooms with no problems, I still recognised the potential danger of what I was doing. Being on a new set of drugs, I felt it most prudent to not hold my breath floating face down in a huge tub of water, on the off chance that I actually do hold my breath until I pass out or have some other untimely accident. This was my first rebirth, my first waking up. T plus unknown hours. Soon, time became completely irrelevant, so no more times will be listed from here on out. I did some yogic postures in the water, which felt wonderful. And while doing some of these, I felt the urge to start singing a power song, but I couldn't let go of my ordinary reality hung up about singing. I tried to hum a tune, but my ego wouldn't let any words out. I felt silly. Somehow, the idea to start chanting Om bubbled up in my head. I've done this before on my first solitary trip, but that wasn't for very long. This time, I chanted Om for a very, very long time. I was out there in the spa by myself for quite a few hours. I don't have an idea how long, at least several hours since I was watching movies during this time. Almost the whole time from when I began chanting to when I went back inside, I was chanting Om. The repetition of this sacred syllable I think definitely helped foster the ecstatic state which ensued. Each repetition became a rebirth in itself. Even though I only said 1 word the whole time I was chanting, that 1 word meant everything. It was not just empty repetition. Each sound was filled as a prayer, as thanksgiving, as awe, as understanding, as humility, as... well, you get the idea. Each time I said Om, it would reverberate in my mind and release a thought. Om shows infinity. Everything is contained in it. Everything connected to the primal vibration. Everything is self-similar, flowing from the beginning out to the end, flowering into ever more complex forms. The myriad thoughts that Om released were on all different kinds of matters, but the connections between all these disparate matters were readily evident. At some point, I woke up transfigured into a very interesting Christ. I was unbearded, taller and lanky, with long, thin, straight black hair. I realised that in Christ's time, some demons were actually infections and other diseases that they did not have the medical technology to treat. Exorcism was actually a form of shamanic healing. Consider casting out demons against, say, the Hivaro practice of sucking out evil spirits. I made the water holy, and so it was made into a healing bath. I coughed up much mucus from my lungs. I would spit these intrusive energies out, removing their power from my body. And I was still chanting for all of this. I spat out a lot of mucus that day.
I was in the spa a long time, but would occasionally get out for a few minutes to cool off. The water was getting hot, and I was becoming very pruned. But I persisted in staying in the spa, knowing that I was healing through the divine power, as well as the power of the hot water and myself. Actually, all one power. When looking at my pruned hands, I found them extremely beautiful with exquisite patterns, but also sad. They represented the suffering I needed to endure as part of this healing process. My body soaked in the purifying waters for what was an unknowable amount of time. But at some point, I transfigured again. This time, it was into an alien alter ego of myself. I think I shall call him Fandar. It was interesting because as I woke up to being Fandar, I found myself with much to explore about him and his alien world. My body was much more plump than my ordinary body, with light green skin, no hair, I think, and pointy ears. He had the same piercings as me. He was from the alien suburbs. His house had cool patterns on it, and the trees looked like mushrooms. They were without leaves, but the branches grouped together, forming rounded mushroom head-like structures. There was so much vegetation, so much life to take in, it was honestly quite overwhelming. Every blade of grass screamed for attention. The ivy looked fatter and different somehow, kind of like how I was different. There was some plant too that put out little globular structures. These all seemed very alien to me. I was having lots of auditory hallucinations during this time as well. I heard lots of sounds echoing, as well as distorted and phantom sounds. Fandar knew that he was Christ as well, and continued the exorcism. Every time he would expel some power, the neighbours' dogs would bark, and he delighted in this. He had quite a mischievous personality overall. He also liked to fiddle with his body and was decidedly bisexual. He would pull on his penis to stretch it out, or reach between his legs and play with his butthole. I should note that R's shirt that day had an alien smoking a J sitting cross-legged on an amanita. This may have helped program me for this transfiguration. It was a grey entity, however, so maybe not. Who knows? After R had finished watching Chasing Amy, he came out to check on me since I'd been alone so very long. When he came out, I was still chanting. At first he looked at me oddly, but I just continued unabated. He quickly realised I was just in my tripping groove, and we exchanged some wordless communication. He had just come out to make sure I was okay, and having accomplished this, he returned to go watch Spider-Man. I went back to my purgatory, my time of suffering, to cast out the demons. The brick walkway coming up to the spa had these wonderful patterns in it, as did all the mucus I had spit up onto it. At some point, I felt I was done in the spa, and I got out, picked up a towel and put it on. I went back inside to R's room and dried off. I got him some water and took out the laptop. I went and tried to write, even though I was still in the middle of the come down. It was very hard to try and convey the experience into words, as it always is. I was trying to do it in that moment so I could get the flavour of the experience and try to bring it across to ordinary reality. But typing was so very hard. It was so much slower than I was thinking. This was extremely frustrating, and I soon gave up. I really need to remember to have a tape recorder ready when I take the mushrooms. But anyway, here is what I wrote, unedited. Begin. Christ, heal thyself. Om. Patience. Om. It comes. Om. Forever. Om. Healing. Om. Life. Om. Vibration. Om. Everything. Om. Love. Om. Thankfulness. I can start. I can try. I try to begin. In the beginning. Word. Logos. Christ. Christ once again. Forevermore. Evermore beautiful. Thank you. Prayer. Healing. Life. Seed. Everything. Forever. Existing. Peace. Serving. Jid. It's all one. We are all one. Waking up. Being born again. Language. Seeing language. Being language. Patience. End. I'd wanted to write something beautiful. A poem that would convey the state and show all the disparate groups I communicate with and how they interconnected with each other and each other's struggles. That all of our social justice issues are related and fixing one means fixing all of them. We all need to work together for the revolutionary social change required to bring about a more just and ethical world. Unfortunately, I just couldn't get it out like I wanted to, and so here I am, telling my story instead. We spent the rest of the trip basically just hanging out and smoking some herb. In summary, this is one of the most powerful and enjoyable and theogenic experiences I've ever had. I feel this combination seriously warrants further exploration. Before I took this trip, I was wondering if 5-MeO-DIPT was a mild MAOI. It felt like I had read that somewhere, but couldn't find exactly where. From my experience, I feel like maybe that is the case, because I felt like I had taken more mushrooms than I thought I had. Admittedly, I didn't weigh them, I just eyeballed them, but it still felt like a much more powerful trip than that amount of shrooms should have given me in the first place. However, maybe there is no MAOI effect at all, and it's just a really good synergy between them. Maybe it was due to the MAOI effect of the Yohimbe I recently started taking. I haven't tried the mushrooms since then until now. I will definitely be trying this combo again in the near future though. Up until this trip, I haven't felt like a shaman, just a shaman in training. Now, I feel like I am a shaman, even if a fairly inexperienced one. I feel like I'm still just beginning, but I have enough power now to start working on healing myself for real. The infection that was in my nipple is now gone. The bronchitis was unnoticeable for a few hours, until I spent an hour walking home from the movies in the cold that night. But even after that, it's still better than it was. Overall, I'm quite pleased with the shamanic practice I got into on this trip. I include the chanting and body postures in this category.
Aliens reprogram my brain. An MDMA and 2CT7 trip report by Mitra. Posted to earwid.org August 17th, 2001. A word of warning. 3 days after this experience, I was told about a number of deaths occurring from the same combination. This has led me to believe that what I did was not safe, and thus I probably will not repeat the experiment. I find this very unfortunate, as I found it to be the single most useful combination for myself to date. 10:30 PM. Took one pill of very strong MDMA. 11:15 PM. Start rolling quite hard now. 1 AM. My roll is tapering off and I feel very grumpy that I do not have another pill or any acid to bring me back up. I find that I usually don't get the most interesting part of the roll until I bump. I then remember that I have some 2CT7 in the closet. I had previously done a small quantity of it and had not been very impressed. Some of my friends did some of my 2CT7 in the past, from which they all puked off it, and complained they'd never try it ever again. Temporarily forgetting about the negative parts of my friends' experiences, I went to the closet and retrieved a pre-measured 20 to 25 milligram, not exactly sure, bundle of the stuff. I snort roughly half of it, at 10 milligrams. 1:10 AM. Suddenly rolling very hard again with some visual disturbances. 1:20 AM. Feeling slightly, very slightly actually, nauseated, but I feel like I should probably go to the bathroom. At 1:25 AM I start puking. I'm very matter-of-fact about it. It isn't pleasant, but doesn't really bother me. I don't really feel that bad. My body just wants to cleanse itself. 1:35 AM. I finally stopped dry heaving. I wiped tears from my eyes, breathed deeply, and relaxed after that trying experience. I realise that I'm feeling entirely better. I also realise that I'm rolling very hard, and that there is starting to be some very bright colours coming out of everything. I managed to brush my teeth and then I head outside for a smoke. I have a very hard time navigating to the front porch, because the visuals are suddenly so plentiful that I can't see where I'm stepping. 2 AM. I now realise that I still haven't lit the cigarette in my hand. I've been watching the trees in front of me in amazement.
With each heartbeat, which I can feel throughout my whole body, a second image of everything in front of me breaks off and goes spiraling off into infinity, changing colours as it goes. My entire field of vision is a kaleidoscope of bright neon-coloured, overlapping copies of the original scene, zooming in fractal spirals. Slight movements of my head send the spirals moving off in new directions. I light my cigarette and realise I'm having physical hallucinations too. I move my arm to flick the ash off the cigarette, and I feel 100 extra arms spiral off towards infinity, just like my visuals are doing. I put out the cigarette and start moving about playing with this. I am the insect yogi. I contort my body into the most amazing yogic postures as I dance about. I realise I do not have even the slightest beginnings of an understanding as to the nature of the game that this combination provides, and I wish that I had friends along with me to figure out these games with. At 7 AM, I have just realised it is 7 AM. I've been playing with this bizarre new form of trip for 5 hours, and I didn't notice the time pass. For that matter, I don't seem to have come down very much at all. The visuals have subsided a good deal, I decide. They are only 10 times more abundant than on anything I've ever felt before. I wonder if I'm going to come down anytime soon, and start to get slightly stressed because it is now daytime. 7:10 AM. Now I am really stressed out, and have become convinced that I should go to bed and try to sleep. I attempt to do this, which obviously does not work in the slightest. However, this is when the interesting part begins. I'm getting some neat, very brightly coloured closed-eye visuals, and then something organises them into some alien combination lock. I realise that it is the password protection mechanism to my mind, and something is trying to hack the code. Said something is very good at this, and the pieces start falling into place. As each piece falls into place, I feel something shift and open in my mind, and a corresponding physical shift and opening in my body. When something finishes dialing in the correct combination, everything unlocks and opens up like some sort of puzzle box, and it thrusts me into hyperspace. By hyperspace, I mean what I have read in descriptions of the most extreme DMT excursions. I am in another place entirely, and this place is incredibly intricate. There are thousands of entities flying around. Nearby, a group of 10 or so of the entities have tied me down, and they begin to perform surgery on my mind, or maybe they are hacking it. Either way, it feels really invasive and disturbing to have them in there, and I start to become quite frightened. I reach back to another place that I remember used to exist. I run a command there called Open the Eyes. This works, and I snap back into my body and open my physical eyes. Everything seems reasonably normal, except I am high and failing to sleep. I then realise that this is only a part of me here in the room, and that another part of me is still back where I left it, and I am not there to witness what they are doing to it. I close my eyes again, and instantly my body falls apart and disappears. I am now back in hyperspace with the entities still working on my mind. 9:30 AM. I've moved to the couch now. With my eyes open, things are mostly normal, but frightening still, and I don't really want to look at anything. With my eyes closed, I'm still in hyperspace interacting with the entities. They are being more interactive now. The beings are still working on my mind, but now they want to play games as well. Maybe to see how things are going. Now I begin to find out what this has all been about, really. All of my carefully constructed mental shields start to dissipate. I realise for the first time that I've been in a deep state of denial about a great many things. I begin to see clearly all the ways in which I behave in self-destructive or self-decepting ways. I see clearly all the ways that I am self-absorbed and selfish. I see all the ways that I am cruel or insensitive to my wife and friends. I see that I've been engaging in a number of addictive type behaviours. If this had been acid, I would be sobbing and feeling like killing myself. But in this state, I am able to look at it all honestly and from an objective standpoint, without getting too upset about it. It's more like I feel a sense of obligation to deal with it. Instead of getting down on myself for it, I begin to have a sense of pride in myself. I realise that I have too much pride and self-respect to continue behaving like this. I feel that it is a matter of pride and principle that I fix these behaviours immediately, and even go as far as to make reparations for the damage that I've done. I set out an honest and realistic plan on how to go about fixing my relationship with my wife. I promised to quit smoking, start exercising regularly, stop abusing drugs and only use them appropriately. At the time, I was doing MDMA every weekend and doing up to 6 pills in a night, often in combination with a lot of alcohol, Mary Jane, acid, nitrous and anything else I could get my hands on. I began planning how I was going to start taking responsibility for a whole lot of things that I'd been shirking. By the time the entities were done with me, I had a very long list of things I had to fix or make up for. 11 AM. The entities have finally left. They closed up my mind and hyperspace went away. I feel shaken by the whole experience. I still have the feelings of pride in myself. The world looks mostly normal again, but colours are still brighter. There's still no way in hell I am sleeping, but I'm okay with that for now. After all, I have a lot of work ahead of me. 11:30 AM. My wife wakes up and wants to go do things. I decide that I'm ready to interact with the outside world, and we both leave. 11:30 PM. I finally go to sleep. It's been 3 months since then, and I've straightened up my act. I've succeeded in most of my goals from that night. My relationship is much better, I've quit smoking, and I'm involved in an exercise program, Hapkido and yoga, which I love. My drug use has been lowered down to a reasonable level in my mind, if not even what one might call an ascetic level. In the last 3 months I've gone through 2 MDMA pills and 2 hits of LSD, and I've smoked pot a couple of times and only been drunk 5 or 6 times. I'm doing well at work and have a sense of responsibility. I also have what one might refer to a decent level of self-respect and pride in doing what I do right. I think it is very unfortunate that this combination is so dangerous, because I think that it may well be the most useful therapeutic agent yet encountered by man, not to mention really interesting and fun. Anyways, if it should turn out that it's safe after all, I certainly hope that there is a deeper investigation into this combination. Until then, that is all.
Alien abduction in hyperspace. A DMT trip report, posted by Stridency to earwid.org, February 7th, 2016. I remember almost 2 years ago, reading on this site how the substance DMT affects our brains, bodies, spirits, or whatever else, also on many other different sites as well. DMT hyperspace, something I never would have ever imagined to be an actuality, to be an actual reality that may very well be real. I remember laughing at a site's FAQ, explaining the possibilities on how and what DMT does and or is. Back then, I was 16 years old, and since that time, I've had experience with psilocybin mushrooms and LSD a great number of times, and they were, and still are, some of the most amazing and most beautiful experiences I've ever had in my entire life. Though sometimes the most terrifying as well. It wasn't until recently that I've obtained a large amount of DMT, and I was very much excited. I had extremely high expectations, and I've been waiting for more than 2 years to finally break through to DMT hyperspace. So here is my story. In the recent past and current present, I've been experimenting with large doses of DMT. At first, I started off with lower doses, getting a mild DMT body high and visuals, slightly similar to the peak of an LSD or psilocybin trip, but only lasting around 5 to 10 minutes, which sounds about right for the DMT experience. I was getting to these levels at first with a group of friends, as were they, but none of us ever came close to breaking into a hyperspace. I started to have my doubts, but I knew subconsciously that there was still more to the substance. I perhaps just hadn't perfected the technique in smoking it out of an oil burner or glass vaporizer. It wasn't until recently, when I finally perfected the process in vaporizing and smoking the substance, and reaching a hyperspace of some description. Colours would randomly appear in front of me, merging within everything, becoming one. It was an amazing thing, an amazing feeling, an amazing experience like no other, I thought to myself. I was getting to this place, assuming that this place was the highest level of DMT, and assuming this was the hyperspace that everybody was talking about. However, I was very wrong. The first time it happened, I was in my apartment by myself, away from friends, family, all of that. I did it sitting in a pretty comfortable game chair that I got for Christmas one year, which was set up in my room. I was able to get around 3 very large, very long hits in when it happened. It wasn't really like being shot out of a cannon into hyperspace or anything like that, but something different. It was more. Well, it was in fact a teleportation. I was teleported into an alien spaceship compartment, flying through space. I don't mean like it was kind of like an alien spaceship or something, or I thought it was an alien spaceship. Nah, it really was an alien spaceship. There weren't colours everywhere. It wasn't like I travelled through hyperspace, or anything that had happened to me in the past. This was so real. It was so detailed in every possible way. It was like I was really there, in a spaceship. It was reality. I wasn't dreaming, tripping, anything like that. I was actually there. The entire time I sat there, I was unable to move, but I was just gazing in amazement at everything. And I felt this presence. I felt an alien presence above me, like they were watching me, observing me. It was almost as if they were talking to me telepathically, communicating with me through thought, trying to show me things, or perhaps that they were trying to experiment with me. I was so afraid, confused, yet amazed, all at the same time. It seemed to me like I was there for almost an hour, and maybe I was. My perception of time was out of the window though, and my mind was in total shock. The last thing I remember while being in that spaceship is a strong telepathic signal from one of the aliens that triggered something inside of me. I was able to look down at my legs, my arms, seeing my bones twisting and turning, my hair building thicker and thicker. I was turning into a monkey, and it was so real, I just can't stress that enough. I was totally freaking out when everything just suddenly teleported back to my room, back to my reality. Even though the hyperspace and the aliens had gone, I was still tripping very hard. Everything around me was twisting and turning. My bones would still twist and turn if I looked at them long enough. When I looked in the mirror, I looked like I was an alien. Everything was just off, and it was so intense. This lasted for at least 30 minutes or so, which eventually faded as I laid in my bed, not being able to stop thinking, not being able to sleep. My entire body, mind, and spirit was in total awe. The next day, I told my roommate everything that happened, and he, like myself, was always fascinated by DMT, and always joked about alien life forms and conspiracy theories and that sort of junk. However,
he was very afraid of actually going to the places that were described as the DMT hyperspace. As much as he enjoyed reading and understanding the drug, he would not do it. He wasn't ready. After a long discussion on what I had experienced, I was actually convinced that I was contacted with a very intelligent alien life form through the DMT. I had this crazy theory, like the aliens knew I had DMT and were trying to contact me, show me things while I could see them when my third eye was activated. Crazy, right? Anyways, my friend said I should try it again tonight and see if I have a similar experience. I concluded to myself that I would in fact try it once again later that night. I did it in the same place, around the same time, with the same dose. This is my story of going beyond hyperspace, time, and life itself. Everything around me instantly began to change. It was so alien, so unbelievable. I could see energy coming up my body, telepathically communicating all through in and throughout my body. Energy was shifting around me. Life as I know it, showing me that there is so much more than the simple physical realm of fantasy that I live in. I was being told instantly that aliens were in fact very real, and I knew they were now. I knew that if this is happening right now, right here, then there is no way they are not real. It was so unexplainable, so intense, so real. What I was experiencing right now was nothing I have ever heard throughout readings on the internet or books about the drug. I was out of control. Life was out of control. I was in the middle of another transportation, except it was so much more intense. Right before my eyes, I had left this physical realm. I was able to look down and see once again my bones twisting and turning everywhere. My hair was growing again. I look up to scream, but it was too late. My head is thrown back as my spirit or brain is transformed into pure energy. Now, I am flowing through a network of systems, and I am one with the aliens. I am what they are. I am super intelligent. I know all the secrets of the world. Bam. Just like that, constant super intelligent information is transmitted into my brain by the aliens, who are energy like me. It all comes to me. The ultimate understanding. Rhythms of the human conspiracy about life's deepest concepts can be broken into by the journey to an intergalactic hyperspace of universes. Entering into these worlds will produce realities of self-inflicted fantasies. However, they are real. Your body is in place, while your spirit is trying to leave and show you extraordinary things. Your mind will learn what your spirit has learned, and in the end, your ultimate individuality will grow as a force here on the planet Earth. Noisy sensations of parallel feelings towards distinction, triumph, and immortality, like realities slam our brains from every single, most exact dimensional layers, according to the most advanced properties of physics. They're playing with me, laughing at me, showing me their world, explaining the many secrets of alien life, and the many secrets of the physical realm I'd been living on. I knew everything. I knew that I knew it was right. I still think it might be right. I am one with everyone. I am the universe. I can produce 1,000,000 words into actuality at once, and so can they. It was the most beautiful world of colours and life, fairies and aliens, ghosts and angels. It was everything. It was the spiritual realm of existence, and they loved me so much. They told me so much, and they told me that I could come back whenever I wanted, and to bring as many friends as possible, because they will show them everything as well. When I started to finally come back to reality, I wasn't afraid about anything anymore. I didn't question life, and this is because I actually believed that I was just taught all of the secrets of the world. Right before I left the spiritual world, I was enhanced with a supercharge of energy, allowing me to have the most intense mind expansion anyone has ever imagined. I could create and do anything in my mind, and I could see it, like it was happening. I had a rush of euphoria, more intense than the greatest LSD and mushroom euphoria put together by a million. I still was in touch with aliens, but I could not see them. Not physically, that is. This feeling lasted, for at the least, an additional 40 to 50 minutes after the heaven I had just left. I smiled, looking down at a text from a roommate who'd been staying at his girlfriend's that week. "Well, what happened, man? How did it go? Did you see the aliens again?" I didn't even respond. I didn't have to, because I knew that the physical realm was nothing more than an illusion. I knew that the spiritual realm, the infinite realm, was and would always be the more beautiful and more intelligent realm to exist in. I knew this because the aliens knew this. I was filled with the greatest feeling I have ever felt. It was the greatest experience I had ever experienced. It was better than anything real, better than anything here. I then knew to myself that I had become addicted. Physically, no, but my mental mysticism and desire was so intensely obsessed about what was going on. For the remainder of the night, I listened to some trance techno for a few hours, and then I fell asleep like a baby. And I recall having some very intense dreams, with memories of seeing the aliens while I was asleep. When I awoke, my roommate had come back and was so curious, so concerned about what had happened. "Dude, what the hell happened last night?" I remembered his exact words as being. "Look at this crazy text you'd sent me." I looked at his phone and smiled, even though I should have been freaked out. It was a text from me that said, "We have shown your friend everything he needs to know. We want you too." It goes without saying that I did not remember texting that at all. My friend was starting to worry and kind of freak out. "What is going on, man? Is this really happening? Are these things really happening to you, or are you messing with me?" I looked down, now confused once again. Is this even real? Do I even know what real is anymore? What is really happening to me? I think I'm either actually discovering the secrets of the world, or slowly slipping into insanity. Oh my. That night, I sat there, looking at it. Looking at the DMT loaded in the pipe, ready to go. What should I do? I thought. I have to get back to where I was. They told me I could go back whenever I wanted. It was decided. I did it in the same place, around the same time, with the same dose. Energy began to flow like before. Alien telepathic communications were strong. I began to look up and close my eyes, only to be shot back into that mystical alien spaceship that I was in before the hyperspace heaven. I was on one of those machines that carry stuff in like a factory, being rolled through some kind of processor data analyzer machine, seeing the aliens all around me, looking down upon me, angrily. They were so intimidating angry, upset, mad at me. But I honestly didn't know why. I was no longer in the beautiful place they had taken me before this, and I was in a more physical realm, but in a different dimension. They were just looking at me, sucking all of the intelligence out of me that they had given me before, angry at me for some reason. I didn't know why. I didn't know what I did. I didn't understand. I was shot out of the spaceship quicker than normal, and I was back to some kind of reality, except my body was once again changing as I looked at it. My hands now were completely monkified, along with big hairy arms. I genuinely felt like I was actually a monkey, and I thought I'd begun to scream like a monkey. I felt lost. I felt like part of my brain was crazy, and I was no longer super intelligent at all. And there was also no more strong, intense euphoria like before either. What had happened? Why? No. Conclusion and final thoughts. After I was completely down, I began to really rethink reality and what has happened to me in the last week. Perhaps it was time for me to leave the substance alone for a while. I need a week or so to settle down, think about what has happened, try and figure out what was going on. I needed help, I thought. Not from a doctor though, I wasn't completely crazy yet. I'm still more or less in touch with my own reality, but I'm very well beginning to question reality like no other time in my life. I feel as though that I have broken through to another level of the DMT experience. That I have gone on to a level past DMT, made contact with the other side, like they had connected to me. The things that had been happening to me were nothing like a drug. Nothing like LSD or anything like it could ever do what this has done. Not even close. This substance was something else. A key to our chemical structure, a key to our DNA, the key to life itself. I thought that I'd been living in a science fiction horror movie, and I was quite possibly on the edge of going insane. I just really don't know what to think about all of this. I just thought I'd talk a little bit more about this report, as reading it has really triggered an insight that has been brewing within me for quite a long time now, having sort of honed in on a lot of DMT entity experiences, reading more into UFOs and aliens in the most unbiased, grounded, open-minded way I possibly can, which, let me tell you, is quite hard when it comes to an intense of a rabbit hole as aliens and UFOs and DMT entities, like what they are, what's the connections, why are there so many parallels. And at first I thought, I think there's just some cute similarities between meeting DMT entities and sort of the alien abductions, UFO encounters that people very much seem to have once you sort of like delve deeper into all of this. There's just too much anecdotal evidence throughout history, modern times, to dismiss it all as just being mumbo jumbo or schizophrenic people experiencing distortions of reality. Very much seems to affect more people than we realise, and it doesn't just happen in the US or Russia or Brazil, sort of the big three places where you hear about all these abductions and UFO crashes, alien encounters. It really is all over the world and has been happening throughout history forever. We've always been talking about things flying above us in the sky, these orbs, these ships, coming in a complete different variety of forms, as well as different forms of aliens, species, more physical type beings. People talk about reptilians, greys, and then more like energy beings, which are more akin to the type of creatures, beings that people see on DMT.
Whether these things are imagined by the brain, whether these things are imagined by consciousness, whether they're physical beings inhabiting a body, I don't really know. But what I want to talk about here is, I do believe now, personally, from all the pieces that I've put together through it, reading about this and just trying to experience it myself on psychedelics and just in my own general life. Sometimes I'll just be out in the garden, I'll be laying on the grass, I'll be looking up at the sky, and there's so many things I see that genuinely are unidentified to myself. I'm not saying they are all giant alien spaceships, but when you look up at the sky for an extended period of time, you just realise how much bigger, how much more complex this thing is than humans currently understand. We probably only understand 0.0001%. We may as well understand absolutely nothing. But yeah, to get to the bread and butter of what I'm on about, it seems that human consciousness is not exactly restricted to just being a human. It seems that stuff like DMT can sort of enlighten you to the fact that you can break out of this human consciousness and actually become an alien yourself in some respect. Because as you discover more about psychedelics and yourself, the mind, consciousness itself, it seems that the brain is just one way of consciousness expressing itself, and that there are higher levels of ways for consciousness to express itself, such as an alien being. And that maybe these aliens that people see in the craft, the sort of manipulating space-time in a way that doesn't seem like naturally physical, and obviously there's many reports of people actually touching the material of alien spacecrafts as sort of like a bismuth, that it's like this memory material that like you squeeze the material into your hand, it becomes infinitely small or whatever, or into a small like atomic point, you release it and then it just like expands out, throwing it on tables, it becomes a table. And that's one way of them manipulating space-time. It's sort of like a material that like rejects gravity so that it can move via its own will. Now, whether there is a connection between consciousness and the material, because this material is very much not like any sort of physical metal that we understand, even though it can take the form of that, it seems to me that some form of aliens that come to Earth, I believe personally that there are sort of, well, there could be physical aliens that are so unbelievably technologically advanced, and it could be a point that we reach in like many thousands of years in the future, that they can literally bend time and space and appear at any point in the space-time continuum that they want, which sort of ties into Jacques Vallée's ideas of aliens being some form of time-traveling humans, or time-traveling beings from another planet, where it's like there's no physical sort of mode of transport that's happening. It's literally just like they're thinking themselves into a point in the universe. So they're not actually traveling from A to B. They can literally just go anywhere at will. And maybe this sort of explains the sort of zipping around aspect, because it's literally manipulating like one point in space-time to another point in space-time. Sort of like they've mastered the idea of string theory, where they can go from one end of the strings to another end of the string just by sort of willing it. And it very much seems that we've always got like a connection to these aliens, but we're restricted from understanding that through our physical limitations. And when you sort of strip away them physical limitations by breaking through on DMT, you can sort of see that like classic meme of the aliens are literally behind us at all times, they're literally above us all the time. And when you sort of unlock your mind, you can see what's going on behind the scenes. And it almost ties into the idea that maybe the aliens literally are us. The aliens are manifesting themselves through the physical realm, that there's sort of like engineering in a sense. I'm going to sound absolutely crazy to people right now, but this is just fun speculation. I'm not saying any of this is true. I just enjoy talking about this sort of stuff. It's like you're not really meeting or channeling aliens in itself. You literally are becoming the alien. This guy even says in the report that he went from sort of feeling like a monkey, a physical being, to actually looking like an alien himself. Because, again, talking about that meme before, people have that idea of like when you die, there is no actual physical end to life. It's like you just then become a higher consciousness and realise that you've been manipulating reality this whole time. that life as an illusory thing is something that's being made by an alien consciousness just for fun. Because there's often talks about, like, people talk about God consciousness and the Godhead. Maybe that is like the very, very, very ultimate source consciousness that creates everything, including the alien consciousness. But that one of the forms or that God wants to take on is actually the alien consciousness, which is engineering the physical realm, and that this sort of level of reality goes on literally forever, and there's higher consciousness beyond aliens, like higher forms of aliens, and this would explain all the different species and that. Something that also interests me as well in this is that the parallel between the DMT aliens sort of like being upset with the guy for seeking out the experience again, because he didn't just leave it. He got the message, but didn't hang up the phone. In the old Alan Watts quote, it's very relevant here, where it's sort of he understood subconsciously on a level what was going on, and should have sort of been content with the satisfaction of understanding this like extremely bizarre, loopy, but also beautiful realization of the complexity and intricacies of reality that can be obtained via going beyond the human consciousness. And then he went back to sort of his like egoic state, and then was like, oh well, I need to do it again. And then the sort of karmic payoff was that the aliens were disappointed that he wasn't just sort of satisfied with the insights he'd gained, and that's why it sort of turned into the sci-fi horror angle towards the end. Again, this is just me speculating, but there is also a lot of parallels where, yeah, with this sort of like grey aliens where they're not really like 100% benevolent. It's almost like they just see like physical reality as a joke, because they see it as illusory. They see that in a sense they are creating it, because aliens will interface with reality so much deeper than a human. They'll be so much more one with reality, which would explain how they can sort of communicate telepathically, because they literally operate with reality so much deeper and more intricately than humans, that they can literally communicate without words. They can do it via their own mind, and this would explain a lot of the sort of telepathic communication that people describe with aliens, just in like the sober human reality, and then the other experiences where the people have DMT and break through. And what was really interesting about this was that, yeah, his breakthrough was not the classic kaleidoscopic sort of Godhead fractal universe stuff that people describe. It was literally him going to another like realm of existence, a higher dimension. And there is very interesting parallel here between, again, another thing that Jacques Vallée talks about. He's one of like possibly the most iconic ufologists of all time. And things that he's been saying for many, many decades now are sort of starting to come to light again, where people aren't seeing it as like funny green men in a little spaceship that they've invented using some mad technology, which obviously I think that also is possible. But the classic aliens that we've been seeing sort of throughout history, the ones that have been like sort of above us, hovering, observing us in sort of like a zoological aspect, actually are more related to consciousness than they are physicality. In the sense that, so there's been experiences that people talk about, and you should go look this up. Jacques Vallée talks about it a lot. That's this new Jesse Michaels documentary where he talks about it. Sorry, I got a fucking frog in my throat. Where people go into these spaceships, they're abducted, and sort of they see it as like, physically from their point of view, they see the spaceship as sort of like, I don't know, it's like a giant beanbag in a sense, giant white beanbag. It looks physical, but when they're beamed into the spaceship, they'll go into this space a bit like a TARDIS, where the inside is can be infinitely bigger than what it appears on the outside. People have talked about being in some kind of amphitheater. There's ideas of, well, there's the notion of being in this sort of like surgical environment. People have talked about going into the alien spaceships, seeing the sort of grey aliens or other type of alien beings with the classic big eyes and the big head and sort of small stature, weird little three-fingered hands and that. And then also by the side of them, in the spaceship, they've seen like sort of advanced humans that sort of look like the stereotypical Anunnaki type humans. They almost look like humans from the future, where it seems like our physical evolution is guiding ourselves towards. This ties into sort of like the time traveling human aspect. whatever the truth is, it seems like it's pointing more towards this idea, or the truth, of reality being one infinite being, one infinite thing, one infinite membrane that's connected to itself through everything else. And that, yes, reality is ultimately one, and that these alien beings can interface with reality to sort of embody that oneness more than humans can, because in human, the whole shtick of the human experience is that we experience separation from another thing to experience ourselves individually. But the aliens are sort of like this giant alien hive mind that can manifest itself physically as an individual alien that, even though it is individual and separate, it still has a greater control over reality and a greater ability to manipulate it through its own will. People have talked so much about this idea of being able to manipulate reality like a god, creating your own literal universe and realms and experiences to have without being limited by sort of physicality, where it's like the brain, the design of the brain allows the human experience to have that limitation to experience itself in a finite manner. And that's why I don't subscribe to materialism, because how can you have an experience of infinity by going beyond consciousness via meditation, contemplation, sober awakening, psychedelics, alien abductions? How can the finite mind simulate infinity? Surely it would be the other way around. Infinity is simulating the finite experience. To me, that's why it isn't just brain stuff. It's just the brain stuff is just appearance to keep the consistency of a finite reality. It's not that infinity is completely imagined. It's that infinity is the absolute truth to what is going on. So yeah, there is really no limitation on what consciousness can explore. Take salvia, you can experience what it's like to be a fucking pen. Take DMT, experience what it's like to be an alien. There is just no limitation on what consciousness can experience, and that's why, for me, it is infinite. And that, yeah, say, like, I don't know, whether you die and you automatically become the alien that was imagining you, or become the god/alien consciousness that's imagining everything, I don't know. And then maybe you go from there and experience like a higher state of affinity, which obviously the alien is, even though it can interface with reality in a much more unified sense, it still is a sort of separate being. I don't really know, but it would sort of make sense for the trajectory of like conscious evolution to go from being a human to then being an alien to being like, oh, actually, I wasn't a human the whole time. I was actually infinity, and I can be anything I literally want. What do I want to experience next? What's the sort of next logical conclusion to my evolution as a soul or as consciousness? It would be to go exist as this sort of like energy type alien being that can connect with reality in far deeper ways than, say, the last form I had. Although saying last implies that the past ever happened, when really there is only just one thing, and that is the present moment, infinity. Everything is now. Everything has always been now, and that's how it is, and that's how it goes. But I could be wrong, and I don't think I'm right about any of this at all. I just enjoy talking about it. It's a lot of fun. Personally, for me, my approach towards psychedelics and consciousness, spirituality, is less of a hardcore, extreme route, even though I do love learning about the sort of like hardcore, extra-dimensional aspects of reality and consciousness and the spiritual path. I also think it's important to just approach this from a sort of fun, down-to-earth, casual level, because I don't want to alienate my audience by getting too wishy-washy, out there, wacky, that sort of approach to it, where you're like, right, well, this is the truth, this has to be how it is, because I think that alienates a lot of people, and we just have to admit to each other that we don't really know what's going on. But all I think is that consciousness is not limited to being a human at all, and that's probably most of the point that psychedelics are trying to convey to you when you do have these breakthrough experiences, try to tell you that you aren't just what you are as an ego, you're so much more than that. And another really interesting parallel is that there's a lot of experiences of people talking to the aliens, encountering them, or being abducted, or having experience of UFO and telepathy. or just paranormal experiences where the thing that's communicating them telepathically, it sort of is like them on a higher level. They tell them that you may think that we are powerful, but you don't realize how much power you actually have. And it's sort of like the aliens are trying to communicate with us in the most sort of vague, ambiguous fashion, sort of like how gurus and spiritual teachers talk in riddles. They're trying to imply to us that we are them and we are all part of the same thing, and that this whole experience of life and the human journey is just a stepping stone towards consciousness, realizing what it actually is: God, source, universe, the universe, infinity, the entire multiverse, everything that is and always will be. And that's what you sort of really are, underneath all the ego and the separation, the limitation. But you could also just be a fucking brain walking about in a vat. I don't have a fucking clue, mate. So, hope you enjoyed my little addendum to this trip report. I know some people really not dislike the commentaries, but they sort of just want to listen to the trip reports. So, yeah. For anyone who enjoys my extra insights that I add onto this stuff, thanks for sticking around. And I'm definitely going to do a dedicated video talking about the connections between DMT entities and aliens in the future, as I learn more about this myself, have my own experiences, read more into sort of the historical element of alien encounters. There's a great piece of text called UFOs in Classical Antiquity. I'll link that in the description. Definitely suggest reading it, because it just shows you that this sort of shit has been going on forever, and it's way more than just, it's just things in the mind. There's more to all this reality stuff than meets the eye. So, thank you for watching, and have a good day.